Hello, amigo. Gardens one on Instagram. This is episode 669.5 We Nerd World. Again, hopefully you guys have had an amazing weekend. It's been beautiful up here and up here in northern Michigan. There we go. And that other ball guy talking in the background. Cheers 710. Hopefully you are get this chat popped out, man. Halfway through the other one, I was top chat. Bummer. Chat's a bummer.
But they can't see. Wake up and scream.
What's up, Jason? Still, how are you? White Cleef John, James D. Weaver. We're in a family and fire, Mr. Greenfingers. I am sticking to my word tonight. One joint. Then I am going off camera and getting some stuff done. I'm doing something tonight. Smart.
It's not all
Smoky time. I do not.
President, all blacks that have operation, no segregation, feed the nation, so there's no famine, Muslims.
What you guys I am pushing to roll up a little bit of this here. Thrown by me.
For the classes, making money, paying no find the best scientists, tell them come up with an answer. I want the cure for AIDS and pain, but I gotta watch my back. Snipers on the hill with the spear.
The next tune. Stop. Top chat. Probably why. Top chat. Couldn't even be an option. Couldn't even be an option. Welcome to live chat. Thank you for welcoming. Cheers, Red Bill. Catherine. And this connoisseur. Got two connoisseurs in the chat. Got Catherine and 710. You guys got some things to talk about. Cheers to you guys. See what else I can find here. Play. I like the White Cliff vibe tonight. Let's see what we can find. That's something similar. What will YouTube throw me? I was listening. Oh no. I was listening to earlier. Some good stuff. So the Wu-Tang. James C. Weaver. Deco more of a commentator than I am. We're all connoisseurs, really.
Yes, he does. Young, something give a fuck about nothing. From the sun down the
You're still in the perfect skin face or something.
And the young, the picture of that down from those ain't going to
That's all ever done. Know you bad with the other words. I put that on everything.
You believe it's morning.
Shizzy. He has a YouTube channel. You can go over there and check it out. Met her cross paths on the Gold Coinings channel. Another great gentleman as well. Pretty good request. Weekend, got some yard done. A little bit of mowing. I guess the auto mechanic had ceased a little bit. Calm down, I guess. Tires going. So only what? Only Red Pill's the only one smoking blue line pie. Oh, I see. Master will be here on Thursday. I think that's what we got scheduled for. I'm gonna have to look to Cushmaster. Looking forward to hearing your story. Man, it's hard to get into the summer grind of things, man. I definitely love that summer. Riding it out to the last seconds it goes down. It's hard not to get up and be up all day. This third shift's getting me a little bit. What we got here? It tastes pretty good. Chilumbium's tasting pretty good. What will you throw us next, YouTube? Any suggestions while we're waiting for chats? Such a wide variety they're throwing me right now. It's not like YouTube. Jack Greenstalk popping in anyway. Sorry. Turn on a little Eminem. Jack Greenstalk. What's up, Davis gang? Got one shot, Jack. What you gonna do with it?
Cheers, man. How you doing? Happy Sunday.
Bro.
Pre-beard, I used to get told I look like Slim Shady, Marshall Mathers.
I think it's me anyway. Yeah, it's definitely fucking handful.
Oh, I'm not talking. I wasn't talking at least. Can you hear me now? You gotta get some weed in this bowl. I can't see it. You disappeared on me, Eagle. What up, chat? It's a Greenstalk Talks now, shit. Terp Talk Tuesday. Not Sunday. I'm not even sure what I'm smoking on, to be honest, right now. My wife had some stuff on the tray, and that's what I'm smoking on. Packing up a bowl, just clean the bong. It's not spotless, but pretty good, pretty good. See if we get Eagle back in here. I don't know if we
Here.
lost connection. Oh, there you are. Hey, Eagle's back in the house. You went dark on me for a second. Oh, there we go. I can hear you and I can see you now. I need to get some more herb out to smoke. Now that Eagle's back, I will step aside and go grab some weed.
There you go. I could hear you. They just yeah, I don't know what happened there. Fucking let's see. Zoom had froze up on me there for a brief second. Cheers everybody who popped in while I was fumbling around. Bill 57 Matt. Of course, Miss Sativa, Cassativa, Drusilla. All right, yeah, I can hear you. I don't know what happened there. I thought it was my headphones or my earpiece there, but then as I tried to switch, the not responding, Zoom is not responding window popped up there. Ah, fuck.
I was like, oh no, maybe he went and he's off camera grabbing his another mic or something. And I was like, I'm an idiot. I didn't talk when he was trying to figure out if his headphones were working or not. So he probably thought either they weren't working or I was muted or something's going on. Looks like Greenfinger's just jumping in.
I like the clear sound of the headphones, but I don't like the tether.
They do have wireless, but I hate recharging or replacing batteries, even though these have a fucking battery because they're noise canceling. So I guess
You
probably
know,
just get wireless.
I bought these for that reason, though, to be honest with you. I usually hook them up differently on the other computer that I had prior to this. They had a little bit more length, but I bought these just to get away from having that Bluetooth earpiece jammed in my head, 5 hours a day. And then I was listening to it, walking around doing shit. I just figured my head needed a break from that Bluetooth sometimes. So I went and bought a hardwire thinking I would relieve myself a little bit. And then it didn't last long. I think it was some part to do with this right here. I got one with the mic on it that's just floating out there that I don't use that mic. So it just dang fucking hangs out there. It's like a fucking helicopter pilot and shit. Yeah. I feel like I'm about ready to do a weather report or some shit. Traffic.
Cheers, buddy.
Howdy.
Cheers. I don't even think Greenfingers has said hello yet. Cheers to you both.
How you doing, Eagle?
Pretty good. Pretty good. How was your guys' weekend?
Excellent.
I'm starting to wonder if you and the major aren't working together on this auto effort. I
Hey.
seen you had dropped a bunch of new.
Remember, I offered to send him something, and a month ago, he was like, yeah, I'd love to, but Canada and all this. And then today, out of the blue, I got a DM saying, oh, hey, I changed my mind. So I got to get creative.
It's usually pretty easy to get something over there.
Well,
Pretty lenient these days.
Maybe I got 40, 35 autos that I just germinated a couple days ago. Yeah. Like 4 or 5 new varieties from Loud that I'm gonna find room for somewhere. And shit, yesterday I got Amy Aces. And I gotta get that going.
It's good stuff there. Good stuff.
This Mendo crumble smells a little bit like the Amy Aces mixed with something else. It's got a little bit of the cheesiness that my Amy had. It's like a cheesy berry.
Ooh, I have a bag of last week. Flora Nug sent me some varieties to try out, and so many come in, and like as we all know, you can really only work on so many at a time before you're just growing them out. And like if I do too many, then I don't have enough effort to spend on any particular one to really see what it's got.
Well, for somebody that's sounds like could be in your spot there, and I've been in that spot, still in that spot. It's hard to bring in new flavors and keep everybody interested. Everybody likes that one, but unless you're keeping everything around for a little while, it's hard, second time around you get that person, oh yeah, I want that one, I really like that. Well, that was 2 runs ago and I don't have that one anymore.
Yeah.
You should have spoken up a little sooner.
It's weird, and a lot of times for me, like the ones that the people like are the ones that like this last year there was this one called J1 crossed into Runts. It was good. I got why other people liked it, but I didn't particularly like it because it wasn't like that strong. It was like maybe a daytime weed, and I wasn't planning on keeping it going, but the people spoke, and I still have it going. And yeah, I guess it's a daytime weed. It doesn't feel like it's not a heavy hitter. Now,
buddy, I think we have a common connection and we don't know it.
I smelt it was maybe 4 weeks in at my buddy's operation. He's got that. Well, I got clones of it because like it smelled very unique. It's that Mike and Larry from I guess that Skunk Master Flex line, or his work.
Mike and Larry's.
It's called Mike and Larry. Yeah. It had unique smell. Like I'm not good at coming up with descriptions other than I hadn't smelt that smell before. So I guess I'm excited to have picked that up.
That's the beauty of cannabis. Some of it is so unique.
The last year or so, I know Jack likes that one too, is the Donnie Burger. And that comes from the same guy. Actually, I got these other plants that he didn't want it. He's getting rid of running it, but it was called Betty White. But then I don't know he says that comes from Mendo Boy. Yeah, does anybody else know about this strain called Betty White? It was around like before Betty White died. It's been around a little while. Yeah, that's what I'm smoking tonight. It's really I think it might kind of have some cookie influence in it, but it's good too.
Jack actually, like he was trying to say there, you might have a common friend at some point because Jack was nice enough to get a carrier pigeon to stop by the house with a cut of the J1. Okay, has it been 2 years now, Jack?
Yeah, it has been.
Holy shit.
And
How long
the
have you
same-
lived over here in North County, San Diego? How many years?
like since 2017. So what is that? 5?
Well, then
But I was in San
yeah.
Marcos since 2011.
Yeah, well, I moved down here in 1999 from San Fernando Valley, basically. I guess 23 years. And I'm sure we have some circle people. It's not.
Yep, because
that
I know a
big
guy
of-
running in the J1 runs right now too. So it seems like too small of a world, right?
Well, and that's J1 runs from Modern Epigenics, because that's who the one I'm running came from.
Oh,
From
okay,
her.
yeah, I'm not sure.
Michael Hendon and Brianna Hendon. Michael got murdered like in Temecula a couple years ago, and then Brianna's taken the thing over. And the release last year was the Runts Reversal, which was all the work was really done by Michael before this happened. And then even like what I was going to say, I think she's finally going to release it this week, but I've had, I don't know, tester, I don't know what you would call it, but no, I've had her line that she's releasing for months. And everything's crossed into Straw Nana. And like I have Straw Nana Gary Payton, Straw Nana Cat Piss, Straw Nana White Truffle, Straw Nana J1, Straw Nana. Yeah, I'm not taking clones. I'm just running them because I got too many fucking things going, and to take clones off of all those and the different phenos would then be, I have more seeds and they're feminized, and I've kind of, yeah, I've in my thing, I feminized seeds are pretty uniform, at least the people I get them from. The regular seeds, oh yeah, you got to really search those out differently. But yeah, I rarely have ever done that where I just don't take clones of it. So then I'm just growing it out once.
And that's the bummer of it right there, buddy, is when I run somebody's gear out and they want my opinion on it, I really feel that it needs 2 runs before I actually give them my 100%, evaluation on it. I don't think you can
Even
get
forget
your full great
evaluating
opinion on it.
for somebody else. I personally don't think I can make any decision, even when I mean, the obvious pheno picks when one plant's weird or something, 3 runs. Like it takes the seed mom, that's sort of the least, like I learned the least from that one. It's the second one, and then really the third one, where by that point I'm acclimated, or it's acclimated, and it might not be as stretchy as it first was when you sprouted it, or subtle changes that I guess is what we call acclimation, right? And that
See,
takes a couple of
according to your standards, man, a lot of the breeders would be even more pissed than a lot of them that I worked with were, because so many of them want that report on that first run. Some picks maybe,
I have
but
another
the
friend
full
in Arizona,
I've
grows for as long as
Cool.
I have. He takes clones off his mom's and calls them. That's where I get this idea. He believes that they're useless, and he doesn't even grow them out. He just grows them out, takes clones, then I guess sexes them, takes clones, but never flowers out the seed moms, just the clones.
I've never heard of that.
I think you're missing some of the expression there, because some of the shit that I've grown from the seed, like the actual seed with the taproot, has been super special. It might get better after the second or third run, but sometimes it changes for, not the better.
Well,
And,
I mean, I have one room with, like, I would say average ceiling height, and then I have my other room with, I don't know, tall ceiling heights. But most people are compromised with height, even tents especially. Seed moms definitely have this different vigor and stretch that usually the clone won't stretch near as much. So I think that is some of what his thing is that, yeah, the seed plants always get too unruly, or the clones he can control.
I could see that. That's part of the reason I like growing the seeds, is because they're vigorous. You could veg them a little shorter, flip them, and then they kind of rage once they've taken to their final pot. I love both, though. I mean, there's a place for both, obviously. Once you find something you love, like you said, people are asking for it, so they want more of it. And if you find something you like that's good medicine, you want to be able to keep it around. Otherwise, we'd all be growing
There's
autos
so
like
many
major.
variables. I've had strains where, yeah, as this, even the first clone or the second, third time, yeah, it acclimated negatively. Like it didn't, oh, the first one was great, but then it didn't translate to a plant that wanted to be cloned. And then other ones are the opposite. And ultimately, yeah, I grow in a method that clones. Like that's whatever I do with clones. So yeah, I don't really like seed moms.
We just gotta say auto a few
I'm-
more times, and then the major will show up. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that's an inedible there.
But even yeah,
I said
look,
that wrong.
even like what I realized with this last round of autos was they didn't get big enough that I had to stake them or worry about the wind. They were just water only. It took whatever, less than 100 days. And I didn't bother like saying because most of my stuff is indoor salt. So to my customers, I was like, oh, this is living soil outdoor. I didn't put auto in the description of it
I think that was
because
the one
they
that
didn't
broke
really
the
care.
back.
But like, to be honest with you, shit, that was one of the times when, yeah, well, I won't have any more of that, because that's another thing. Like each, you don't get clones off of the auto. So that was that, and it's gone. But they liked it. Like no one said, oh, that was weird. It wasn't as strong as, or no, it was good.
You got to pitch it like a vintage of a wine. It's one time and one time only. This year, this season.
Like whenever I think about like the people that are my people, like it's 20 years. I don't know how many years. But like I realized a few of them, I put initials on bags. Two of my biggest, they never asked me. Like I realized, oh, if I put, let's see, DB on a bag, they're not calling me and say, hey, what's DB? They don't care. Some of it is, they just want it to be good. That's what they care about. But like, there's so much conversation over that over the years. And then I noticed a couple people, especially because, oh, I always lately have so many different kinds and all this, and little of this, a little of that. Yeah, I realized a couple people now, a year or so later, they stopped asking me even what it is. They don't care. Like they don't care. Like the name game thing doesn't. And even with them, like I call things whatever their lineage is. I don't call it its name. Like even these ones I was talking about from modern, they all have a name. Like the one I run for years now is Mendo Breath crossed into Runts, and it's actually called Wife of Pablo. Well, I never called it Wife of Pablo ever. I write on the bag MR, and some people know it's Mendo Runts, but like I would like, yeah, I don't know. People want to name them things, like even this new line, the strawberry banana line. Oh my God, you got to know Japanese. Like all these names, like, oh, one of them is called strawberry banana pancake. And then I can't pronounce the word. Maybe somebody here knows, but it's basically pancakes in Japanese. Well, I just called it pancakes. You know what I'm saying? Because even if they did care, that's what they would care about, like what plant heritage or lineage, not some goofy name. And so
That's
many
all I
things
care about.
have goofy names. I get it. It differentiates yourself and adds some personality to it, but yeah.
The lineage thing, though, it's funny because, like, even if you just list the parent names, some of those strains have some funny ass names. Like one of my buddies brought up Girl Scout Crack was a strain that he just didn't feel comfortable writing on bags, and yeah, it's unfortunate, some of the names.
Well, I remember when green crack hit, and at that time, I thought it was like sort of like, well, why would anyone name it that? And
It was
like,
renamed. Fucking Snoop Dogg named it that. It's Kush. It's Cush. Kush is the actual
yeah.
strain.
And I mean, we live in this world, Instagram and branding. So yeah, that stuff, I guess, matters. I don't know. But I
I
know
honestly
some
hope
of like those people I know that smoke weed and are into weed, and you know, they don't, all the name game thing and all that. Now they've lost interest in that a long time ago.
I'm getting more and more to be a proponent or advocate of the keeping things proprietary. Jesus, that's dry tooth. But man, I would like to see it come down to more just names and not everybody worrying about what's in it. You know, cannabis is as individualized as we are. And I really believe it would be just as fucked up for somebody to walk up and go, wow, you're really cool. What's in you? What's your family line? You know what I mean? Go right past who you are and what you are to knowing, having to know your genetic makeup. You know what I mean? I think that's the same thing. Why don't you appreciate me for me? Why are we going that far back?
Well, in
You know what I
cannabis's
mean?
case,
And
sometimes it can ruin someone's whole day. Like, and I guess a person could do that too. But like a sativa, for some people, will give them a panic attack and send them to the hospital. Where like a person, they might not have the same political views or ethnic backgrounds or whatever it is, and you can still get along with them. And like consuming something is different than meeting someone,
Well,
right?
what you just brought up, I mean, okay, weed, a little panic attack, but our country is in the middle of accepting psychedelics as like a legal recreational thing. And I got experience my whole life with that, being in the deadhead thing and all that. And I'll just tell you, not everyone's meant to take psychedelics. And if it's becomes a like it looks like it's becoming, and even when they talk about therapeutic sessions and stuff, yeah, if it was supervised and with somebody that really knew what they were doing, and then that would be a long session, because it wouldn't just be the 1 hour that's 50 minutes by the time get in and out, it would have to be like a 6-hour appointment or longer. But just everybody out there, no, I don't think that's no. If people, not everyone's ready to trip, especially on mushrooms that are 7 times stronger than the ones that we've pretty much been used to for the last 20, 30 years that were pretty damn strong themselves. Like I never complained that, holy shit, these mushrooms aren't strong. But now you have ones that are 7 times stronger. Jeez.
I think just because of that reason, you'll see consumptions like type atmosphere supersede cannabis. I was watching a thing the other day on microdosing and the healing power of mushrooms. And there's already a bunch of places out there where you can go and have somebody sit next to you, headphones, dark mask, you know what I mean? Just kind of fucking good music beyond your headphones or where you want them to be. I think that they'll become more and more of a thing. You know, just you book a weekend to like one of these mushroom retreats. You know what I mean? And kind of go the gauntlet through the weekend. You know, I always thought I thought it was funny tonight's guest. He referred to his first time. He said, I didn't receive the download, if you will, the first time. And I think it's funny with people that that's how people relate the psychedelic experience or experiences with medicine as well. It's a download, because that first heavy experience I had with mushrooms, that's exactly the way I phrased it as well, was a download. Everything that I went through, everything that happened that evening came true. And I didn't picture it. I didn't like freak out and see like a little movie in my head. You know what I mean? It didn't play out. It was just like downloaded. That's the best way I could put it. You know, it was just information that was received and just kind of played out naturally in time. It was I don't know. It was nice to see other people relate to that term, the description.
Sounds like a profound experience. I said that on mute and then fucking unmute and cough. But I do think that more places are going to open up, like you're saying, where people can go have that experience. They're doing it with like ayahuasca. They've done it with salvia retreats. People can go and smoke under or eat it under supervised, like there's trips, but those are in other countries. But
it comes on Adam Dunn's show, and beyond him being into the mushroom therapy, he legit ketamine therapy, where they use ketamine in a therapeutic form.
Yeah, that's definitely.
Sorry.
We'll say so.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Tease up.
It was about what age did we all start tripping? There it is. What was the youngest? What age? Mine was 13, and it was way too much, but I liked it. So yeah.
I want to say around 16.
it was 15 or 16 for me. I can't remember if I was able to drive or yet. Not yet. I know where I was and who I was with, but I can't remember my exact age at the time. I know I didn't drive to the location.
Yeah, mine was.
I remember.
Go ahead.
I remember who and when and where. I just had to think real quickly about the age. All back to, like I've said this 1,000 times. I think us males get blamed sometimes a little too much for being the bad influence side of shit, getting women into, whatever. Because I think I've done more crazier shit because a woman has done it just to hang out. You know what I mean? To fucking than women have done, like say, smoke weed. You don't smoke weed? Yeah, I'll smoke weed and hang out with it. In this case, very young, 15, I want to say closer to 15. Beautiful blonde, already fucking tripping. Gonna hang out, take some acid. Yeah, wasn't even acid, it was chocolate mescaline. Three microdots, she tells me to take. I literally watched the skin melt off my arms and just totally trip balls that first time. totally trip balls that time with her. Uh, I think I would have probably waited if it wouldn't have been for her influence, that's for sure. Seems pretty hot. Oh, Carrie. Oh.
Crazy. I never done mescaline, but I did a lot of ecstasy, quad stack, pokeballs back when I was doing it. That's what they were called. And I did um what the hell did you just say? Ketamine. Yeah, ketamine once, and it was something that you can take over the world with. It's like you give everybody a little bit and don't tell them. They're very fucking able to just tell somebody what to do and they'll listen. So like that's why it works for therapy so good, because you can tell them that they don't have problems or to get over it in a certain way, and it works that way. Like it's so like where you're controlling the other person so much. Like I had to like watch 5 people because they were like really doing a lot of ketamine allegedly, and I had to like walk after them. They went outside, tried to go chase the ice cream man and shit. I had to like, hey, stop, get over here now, like drill sergeant and shit. And they all stopped, turned around, came back, fucking all just every command you tell them, they would do like easy. It was crazy. Like, that's crazy ketamine.
Well, here's what I'll say. For 7 years, and I was pretty young, I was the flunky for this giant acid distribution on Dead Tour, BT, legendary. We sold acid by the tens of thousands. We would go out on tour with 100, 200,000 hits. I did a lot of the plottering and all this. Well, we got indicted in 87, so this story's long over. He's dead, and it is what it is. But yeah, it was a small percentage, but one of the things that I witnessed was the wreckage left behind. Like, oh, for every person that might have been enlightened, and oh, there was always these few pretty serious things that would happen where people like were never the same or ended up in bad situation, mental hospitals, or like whatever they called that, a bad trip or whatever. But we did it at a scale where, yeah, that was something that we paid attention to. A lot of times BT in response to that would make the doses weaker. That was always his thing. Oh, that batch must have been too strong because there was more or less of this wreckage or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And yeah, like you still see that, like they're kind of not as prevalent now, but when I first started going to the Bay Area in the 80s, like 81, 80, a lot of the street people were casualties from Haight-Ashbury 60s, like acid dropouts, people that basically lost their mind on it, you know?
Yeah. That's
I know a cat to this day that's still digging for gold in his basement.
You talking about Greenfingers again?
what?
No,
No, I was just kidding.
no. But
Not me.
yeah, maybe.
It was the time.
I'm just
It was
kidding. It
the,
doesn't. Greenfingers,
it was
don't
the
you dig in your backyard? Weren't you convinced that you were finding?
no.
Actually, I don't want to let your secrets
There's
out.
no treasure all over the place, all around the world that's hidden by the floods that happen that are written in the Bibles that people don't want to believe. No, I didn't find none of that shit.
People find cool shit all the time. They're
I
always
know,
unsurfacing
mean,
these new cities, like ancient civilizations, and
I know. That's fucking all underneath our
Well,
feet and 30 feet. That's why they don't let us dig that far.
I think it's still on, like they've changed it up, but there was this reality show, like the first season, it was about these weird blind frogs that were in this, like I don't know where this land is, but then they got a bunch of legit people involved in like doing magnetic testing, why there's all these events and animals that are mutilated but not by other animals. I don't know if anyone else is. It's on
Skinwalker.
like those people. And the first season was this property and this weird whole thing, but then the next season it was the property next door. And now that one's been a couple seasons, but that whole clan and all the people involved are like way out there, and weird shit happens on this property that, like, even some of it is produced by the treasure hunter guys, because the story is that the Aztec gold or what is somehow buried. I think it's in Utah, or I don't know, somewhere in the United States, this area. But there's this, the story is that there might be cache of treasure there, or the aliens, like they got everything covered. The aliens, the gold, mutilations. It's a weird show. It was so weird I couldn't even watch it because it seemed fake.
Yeah, interdimensional beings, all the radiation coming from the ground, all that shit. Like they used to test fucking nuclear bombs out there. Why wouldn't they fucking do shit like that? Makes sense.
Well, I got mad after I realized that I watched that other Oak Island. I watched that show. I don't watch it anymore. My one friend
be
that
careful.
still
That's
does.
Eagle's favorite show.
Well, wait, it was mine
It
too.
is.
Other than like, once we got down to this format, I realized we're never gonna, like, every season I remember, oh, we're gonna find something. We really are gonna find something. And then I realized if we found something, that'd be the end of the show. And this thing's going on its 8th year. We're still like 8 seasons of this madness, and they seem to have the same format. They regurge a lot of the storyline.
Well, don't worry, because Greenfingers was on last night. Spoiler, season 9 spoiler. They're showing up in his backyard.
Because I still TiVo it, and I'm waiting for the, like, all right, we really find something and not, and my take on it.
Well, on a serious
I'm curious what yours
on a
is.
serious note, buddy, they have found a bunch of really cool stuff there this last year.
But they didn't find the Holy Grail or whatever. But what's the guy? I don't know other way to describe him other than the guy that was a slave that freed himself and then ended up buying like these plots. The black guy. I think whatever was there, that dude found it. That somehow he became like the richest dude in Nova Scotia from like he obviously found it. That's after watching Oak Island for whatever years, I point to that story as, yep, I forget the guy's name, but
I'm drawing a blank right now too.
But did he find it all? Eagle, what's the cool shit that they found in the most recent season?
Find it all. You can never find it all. So you're right.
There's so much shit. There's so much.
Yeah.
Think about how many people have lived before us and people living now, and we bury ourselves with shit, and we make tombs, and people still. If you go to certain burial grounds, you'll see these fucking monuments. They're mini pyramids in modern times, where people have these giant marble fucking above where their family can come in and sit down on a bench and be above their grave or whatever. Some of them have full on like homes in there.
All you got to do is look at the Egyptian stuff, and there's still tombs they haven't uncovered where there's like gold, solid gold, 6-foot statues and stuff. Like,
What up, Captain
They didn't-
420? Looks beautiful.
they
over
didn't
there.
mess
yeah.
around. Hey, Cap.
Take another little walk through the
Cheers, bro.
resort here.
Looking
Gonna go
beautiful.
down to the pool and smoke this joint.
How
Oh,
many
yeah.
more days
Now,
at the resort?
9.
Living the good life. Someone's got to do it.
$220 US, 9 days.
Well, how much do you
bad.
pay for your rent of your house per month? or per
106,
week?
106 a month.
Oh, okay. You can't compare. I was thinking, well, shoot, if
No.
it's that cheap, you might as well just live there.
Right.
Well, I thought about
Well,
that
200
because of the
sounds cheap here,
breakfast.
but if you get a nice house, your house looks pretty nice. For 100, you said 100 and something a month.
Yeah.
Damn.
So yeah, now that Thailand is totally changed, we'll sit out here and smoke a joint with you guys out in the fucking public.
Yeah.
We'll give you a little.
Remember when
At
you
my
first
pool.
came on, and you smoking weed or even having weed was like you could end up in, I remember you. Yeah, like it was serious. Like you couldn't fuck around over there.
Now I can go down to the corner, not more than 5 minutes away from here, and spend $25 a gram and buy it right out of a store. $25 US a gram.
And is that like
Fuck that.
indoor, like hydro weed
Indoor.
that's grown
Yeah.
over there with like techniques taken from
Here.
commercial grows over
Yep.
here?
Exactly. It's all boof. I
Well,
brought
like
100
anywhere-
seed packs. I brought 100 seed packs with me. 20 of them have fruit. 80 of them have gas, fuel, burnt rubber, earth tones.
Some of the best successes I've witnessed people have is all about timing, like being in the right place at the right time. And you seem to be in the right place at the right time, Cap. Because you already have
We're
some
making-
experience. A lot of people are on planes right now, coming over to capitalize on what they think. But I think you're in a good position because you've already been there 5 years.
I'm in a really great position. I'm by a fucking pool. I'm by a pool in Thailand. Look at that beautiful sky.
That's a beautiful pool.
Oh, the resort's nice. This is normally like a $60 a night resort. Because there's no tourists, there's only 5-6 rooms rented out here. I'd pay $15 for the morning buffet. They have cooks that will cook you whatever you want to eat in the morning.
Well, I imagine pre-COVID, all that this place would be packed, right?
Yeah, I couldn't touch this place for less than $50-$60 a night.
And the prices
50,
were high.
60 bucks
Yeah.
a night. 50, 60 bucks a night here gets you like a Motel 6.
Right.
Hey,
If
I love Motel 6,
In
bro.
a shitty neighborhood. Cheers, Mr. Smiley.
Cheers.
Don't
man.
knock on Motel 6.
I'm not hating.
Hey,
I'm just saying. That's what
I used to rent out like a whole fucking half of a building so I could do whatever I want.
Red Roof Inn. I fuck with the Red Roof Inn. Quality Inn, Doubletree.
Now, Jack,
Holla at me.
it's $60 a night or by the hour, whatever.
By the
Yeah,
hour.
like-
That's how you
like
know you're dealing with the good stuff.
Captain knows. Jerry sings about it in West LA Fade Away. He just wants to rent it for a minute or two. You don't need
Me
it.
too.
Yeah.
At $60 for the night, I get a girl and a room.
Hey, so do I. Just doesn't.
And the trouble is, I don't really have a trouble, but the girls are usually younger than my daughter. I had a problem with that when I came to Thailand, having girls actually come up and want to go out with me because they wanted to learn English. They wanted to learn about the Western world. I had a really problem about going out with girls younger than my daughter, but that soon passed. I found out the younger girls are more educated and they want to learn more about the outside world instead of their older sisters who are just basically culture bound and don't want to expand their mind. But the younger Thais want to expand their mind.
Wait, you're hiring them so you can expand their mind?
Well, I'm expanding a few things too. No, those girls come free. I don't pay for sex here. Don't have to. I ain't that old yet. So how's everyone doing today?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Smileys,
It's our evening.
I know
morning.
Smiley's doing pretty good with that Death Star and the Death Grape now in his garden. And by the way, Smiley, we got pre-sales on that already.
I don't know. The clones?
No, product. You don't sell those clones. You sell the product.
Oh, I gotcha. All right.
So I got flowers sold for you as soon as you get it produced.
Got it. It's in the works.
That's how brothers help out brothers.
Kind of excited. I'm going to see Leighton Morrison tomorrow, so hang out with some of the soil.
But there's an event over by your area?
No, it's not an event. He's making his way across the country. I think he's talking in a few different cities, and he happened to be in Michigan. Stop by Wormies GR. Their new location is like 12 acres. And yeah, they're doing a lot of cool shit out there. So that was one of the places he's stopping. So I'm gonna roll out there. It's not too far from me. So be kind of
The
cool.
facility that big there, are they like producing the inputs for the worms, or is it, I mean,
No, they're
giant
doing a
beds
lot.
that they're just like chopping and dropping? I mean, how does that work?
No, they're producing.
That's a lot of
cover crop
space.
seed. I'll know more tomorrow, I guess. But to my knowledge, he's making cover crop seed in there, and they're still hauling in a lot of the material because that's part of their gig is keeping organic material out of the landfills and shit.
Right. That's awesome to hear. It's quality people, quality product. It's nice to hear them expanding for sure.
Yeah.
That's a lot of space. 12 acres for worm farming anyway. If that's the main gig. That's a lot of worms. That's a lot of worms. That's a lot of worms.
Yeah, it is. They got big windrows, they do, so it's like the big, I don't know how many yards of whatever at a time they're doing now, but it's a lot bigger than what they were. It's a neat operation, man. They do the steps, dude. It's good shit. Like I never talked about it really, but I think this most recent little bout of powdery mildew might have been because of soil biology and the fact that the rounds that I saw that pop up in were rounds that actually, because Wormies was moving locations, they like bagged up all the stuff they could and then moved with whatever, but they ran out of what they had bagged. So there was like a 3-month span over the winter, like December to March or whatever, that I couldn't get it, so I had to source it from other places. And those were the rounds that all of a sudden, bam, I'm seeing problems that I hadn't seen before. And I'm like, I don't know. It's whatever. It's one of them things I wouldn't directly tie or ever be able to. But in my back of my head, I'm going, man, I really wonder how much of a role that plays in it. You know what I mean? If there was some different form of set of biology in the like whatever castings I was getting then, you know.
It's kind of funny you say that because I was mowing the lawn today, and I actually seen two spots in my yard where there was, like, say, rotting stumps. You know what I mean? Cut off 6 inches or so. And I've never seen this before. And as I mow up close to it, I can see like an obvious like white powder, and you could see around the stump like a white area, and it looked kind of powdery mildewy. But man, you hit that spot and you could just see white dust come right off the fucking. And I was like, what the fuck? And I'm wondering the same thing. What's going on in these little white areas? Yeah, I mean, it's the grass, everything around there up to the stump. And nothing's been dumped on these, stumps or nothing like that. And they're not close together. So I'm wondering if something like that isn't going around. Well,
Now, are you sure it's not like a
anyway.
mycelium network? Because
Oh yeah.
my experience with powdery mildew is on leaves. Like it seems to need a leaf.
You would see
do
if
its thing.
if it were a mycelium layer, I would expect it to be hairy, correct? Not
Right. And it
necessarily a
wouldn't-
dry like poof powder.
Yeah,
right?
and I wouldn't expect that to have that white fluffy dust come up. Like you're saying, no, that's moist. It doesn't dust. Well, I've noticed,
that's
and
good.
to a point where like I don't usually have powdery mildew throughout the year, but when there's the two major climate shifts, that's when I go on my like preventative, but that's when it usually shows up, which is like in the last month or so. And then again, when winter comes, even though my rooms are sealed and split mini controlled, so it's not like they go through the temperature thing, the rooms, but like I've noticed over the years, yeah, I think it's when the climate goes through like now we're in summer and there's more powdery mildew floating around. And when the weather changes in the winter, it seems to come back then too. I mean, I guess it's there all around you at all times. It's just a matter if it can proliferate, which most indoor climates are perfect for it to proliferate.
I think I'm gonna jump out a little early and go hang in the chat so I don't pass out on camera. I was kind of busy today and a little worn out. And it's been great seeing you all. Captain 420, Greenfingers, Eagle, Smiley, Buddy.
Jack,
Always a pleasure.
Always
Peace and
a
love, everybody.
pleasure.
peace.
I'll be chilling in the chat for
Take
a little
care,
bit.
Jack. Thanks for popping in, brother.
Peace and love.
I noticed that something else this year is normally, man, or last few years being up here, I was definitely IPM had me worried, or staying on my IPM definitely outside, because I draw from the outside and it's filtered, but I am drawing on outside air nonetheless. And when I first moved up here, man, I started seeing mites and trees, around me, little webs and shit. I was like, holy fuckers, you fuckers. They were bad when I first came up here. And then it seems like, well, first year was bad, took a year off, and then the last 2 years were Then last year we had a bad the gypsy worms, the moss, the worms that turn into the moss and shit were heavy. And so this year, I don't know, they must terrorize the mites, because fucking I ain't seeing no signs when I would have normally be seeing that shit pretty abundant right now. I think the gypsy moss took out the mite problem in my area. The kind of what would you call that? That's
Predatory.
regenerative, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Uh,
Just feel like a cycle. Like certain years you got more whatever rabbits than the year before or whatever. You know what I mean?
Well, at this property for I guess it was 6 years, we grew milkweed. We had over 600 milkweeds and cycling those for the monarch butterfly breeding. And I didn't really try to grow outside here because that I couldn't treat at all. Like you couldn't overspray at BT will wipe out a whole colony of monarchs. Like, so that wasn't an option. And even when we changed all that, or I changed all that, and no more milkweeds on the property, it still took a couple years where like every butterfly in the fucking area knew to come to this property because we like the whole property was butterfly plants. And that was what it was. But then it took time. I remember the first season, yeah, I had a lot of problems with, they're not like monarchs aren't really the problem. It's moths. Like we might call them butterflies, but the ones that leave those worms in the plants are actually moths from in my area. But now it's about 3-4 years of no milkweed and no pollinators. Yeah, they stopped coming around.
Were you planting?
milkweed, I thought, was good for some kind of input, isn't it, Smile? When it comes to like K&N,
Milkweed? I don't know.
No.
Milkweed, I imagine, because it is like a magical plant. Like even in the life of monarch butterflies, they will only lay their eggs on a milkweed. They'll take pollen from anything. They'll die with their eggs in if they don't find a milkweed. And then milkweed has like a milky, like if you break the stem, it kind of has this milky, like just the work or the years of growing that, I know that plant has medical value, or has, it's like one of those plants that I'm sure does a lot of things, not just feed butterflies or create a place for eggs.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. I think it's a sign of like calcium deficiency too in soils that are growing it or whatever. Because I think they got a real big taproot, if I remember right. I don't know.
Well, I tell you this much, because yeah, I grew cannabis, which grows very fast. Like, holy shit, vegging cannabis is like, you can see it in real time. Milkweed's the opposite. And caterpillars would eat. Like the whole trick is to pull the caterpillars off of a plant while it still had, same thing like we use with re-vegging. Like if you're going to re-veg a plant, if you don't have a couple flowers, or I mean leaves, just all stem, nothing will happen. And that's the same thing with the milkweed. And caterpillars are ferocious, man. Like they're only this big or whatever, but they can eat. They eat shit. That's all they do. I imagine, like, we never collected it or anything, but just like insect frass, yeah, there's the little black dots. It's fucking caterpillar shit. And I guess if you set it up the right way, you could collect it. Maybe it would be beneficial because
There you go, buddy. Launch a cat.
they're eating the milkweed. Like at that point, the young they caterpillar, and it becomes a chrysalis at some point. But yeah, the whole thing of it being like that they won't lay their eggs unless they find milkweed, and because it's not a preferred landscape plant, whether in parks, home, like when there's been federal funding to support monarch butterfly way stations is what they're called, and the Congress made fun of it when they cut this out years ago. But really what it was to plant milkweed in strategic places. Yeah. The butterflies forever used to go around the Great Lakes, mainly because there was the habitat. In the last so many years, because of urbanization, they fly across the Great Lakes. And that's where the majority of them are lost. And that's already after like its 4th or 5th life cycle to get up to Canada. Like, it's crazy. They take 5 to 7 life cycles to get to Canada, and then they can come home in one.
That's wild that they know that over that many generations too. Like whatever is causing them to go that direction. I don't know, migration or whatever, but
all that. And
I
then
didn't realize it was over different generations, you know.
That even like some of the tracking and like the monarch butterfly program and all the science behind it, that's like all the urbanization, they always figure out a way around it. Even at like at this point, the only way they can get across is just to fly over the Great Lakes, which is like, yeah, a hard thing to do. They used to go around it, but there's so many cities or whatever, they fly across. Yeah,
I was looking it up as you were talking there, buddy, because I was curious of the medical purposes of the milkweed and to see what it was. The first thing it says is it's also known as the butterfly milkweed, and it's the only source of food for the monarch is the milkweed.
Yeah.
So it seems like if you've got it by your cannabis, yeah, you're fucking asking for the monarchs to come.
And the truth is the monarchs aren't probably going to bother the Canada. That's not what's happening. Like they're not like the worms or whatever caterpillars that the moths leave. Monarch is not going to lay its egg on a cannabis plant. Ain't going to do it. It only lays its egg on a milkweed. So for that, yeah, it's never the monarchs that's leaving worms or caterpillars in your bud. They're a good, just like bees. There's not anything bad about bees. I guess they can swarm, but monarchs are good species and necessary. Big ass fucking TV.
Well, I just think it's an interesting thought to realize that not all things are going to try to attack your cannabis. There's only a certain, number of insects that are going to be able to even eat and digest or even want to fuck with your cannabis. You know what I mean?
Well, and that Zentinol, Matthew Gates, that's a lot of what that's like when I had him as he, what do you call it? Consulted or whatever. I mean, he lives in this area, and a lot of what he made me understand, which I didn't, and that's why I never used any of those predatory products, bugs. But like, well, yeah, and even on my outdoor, it's gone like 3-4 years. I never have any, there's bugs. I mean, I don't know how to identify them all, but I've never had any problem where I had to spray something or treat my outside. Inside, oh, different story. Need to stay on IPM.
I just found some crazy ones when I was transplanting this last time. I hit up the Susan Wainwright. She'll identify.
Well, I mean, I hear a lot about IMO and people collect it and do all this with it, but like there's got to be like in this area I have, which is surrounded by other nature for acres and acres, natural IMO that just develops there, you know, without me having to collect it. I mean, I'm sure if I collected it and concentrated it, it would be more beneficial, but I assume that
You got a lot of
there's
bleed through going on, Captain. You got a lot of noise coming in on there.
I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, you're
I'm
good.
done with that now. I'll be quiet. I'm sorry. I'll go to the back of the class.
now this year when I planted the plants where I have a little shovel, dig out the hole. So 3 years ago, I started with, I guess it was from Uncle Jim's. It was like the deal, it was like 69 bucks where you got X amount of the one kind and X amount of the other kind of worms. And that's when I built these 2 4x8 beds. And I guess I took about a quarter, not that much from it, and put in both beds. And then I took the rest, about half, and I bought this thing called the worm farm. It's like 4 layers, pretty cool for 100 and some bucks. And at first, yeah, I just had that one little layer at top. And at this point, I either need more worm farms or even my beds. I'm starting to think, because Coot or some other people have said it's better just to not put the worms in your pots or in your bed, because at a certain point, yeah, they're proliferating. There's like more and more worms, like literally just to dig out a little hole, like fuck, it's nothing but worms, or not. It's a lot. There's a lot more than there was. And I'm thinking, well, if it keeps going, at what point is it too many worms?
They'll self-regulate their population. I don't think you get to where there's too many worms.
Well, I know I only started with a little, and it's I guess a healthy amount, because like just digging out this little hole, at least a dozen were in the pile off to the side. And I saw both types. The bigger, I don't even know the names, but
See, I love seeing that, man. If I can reach in there and see the worms.
yeah, I think it's, yeah, I mean, I just followed what I like. I used to just buy bagged soil and take plants that were too big from inside and bring them outside. That was the extent of my outdoor growing. And then like 3 years ago, I built these, I guess, living soil beds. And all I do is water. I mended it a couple times, and fuck, the plants are always just happy, lush, green as fuck, big as fuck. Yeah. It's like I this year, it's like I'm thinking, well, I should get a lab test if I know what to do. Because if I don't know what to do, I'm at this point where I'm smart enough not to just put shit on there because, oh, it's been so many time. Because even the plants that have been out there 6 weeks, if I'm looking at the plants, they're saying, I'm happy. I don't need anything. Oh, now I did put fresh worm castings twice in the last 6 weeks, a cup's worth, about a handful on each plant. And when I watered that in, I could see like within hours, extra like happiness. But I imagine I need more compost. Like this is where soil gets tricky. Like, oh, you can set it up and it's good for a couple of years, but then eventually you got to like amend it right to keep it right.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
And I think And I think you're on the right path. Is, you know, like you just said, you've had it going for a couple years. Now have it tested to see what it needs at this point, instead of just adding something.
Yeah. And if I could say one thing after all the different things I've done, less is more. Stick to that. Like, yeah, when you're doing too many things at once, it's first off, you can't even figure out what's working and what's not. And a lot of times none of that's really necessary. The simple basic shit is all it wants.
You don't have the one trick thing that's gonna make it all frosty as fuck.
No, less is more. Well, my mind, first off, it's the genetics. And then if you got good genetics, which now is pretty easy, like good genetics is easy to attain. Yeah, let the genetics express themselves. Like sometimes, like even this OG, it's not crusty, but that shit's fucking dank as fuck. So like I never can figure that out. Why, well, like 30-some% THC weed doesn't impress me. The weed I remember being my favorite tested like in the 19 and 20-some%, low 20s. Best. So like that doesn't make sense, right? Where you'd think more THC got to be better, but it isn't.
That's different.
Not in all cases. I guess some of it might be.
Well, I've always, like, even in alcohol, it's always, I mean, you get a different buzz off tequila than you would whiskey or gin. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's similar, like the tannins that are in the whiskey and different things that all brings a different flavor and entourage effect, similar to like cannabis, So it's like in alcohol, it's not all about alcohol percentage, because a lot of those are 40 proof or whatever, you know what I mean? They're all similar percentage that way, but they're going to have a different effect on you based on what's all in there with the alcohol, and same with THC. Terpy ass shit, that's what it is.
Hey, Smiley, do you have a good testing facility around your place or know of one?
It's not really around me. It's south in the fuck, I'm drawing a blank on the name of it, South Haven area or whatever. Like so it's like 45 minutes south of me. The Spot, I think is what it's called. I haven't been there in a minute though. It's been over a couple years. I gotta get some shit tested though. I want to. And once COVID hit though, I just was like, I don't know, I just fell out of the routine of doing it.
Eagle. So what day's the show, and who are you going with, and what's your plan?
Make plans. It's Wednesday. Martial Artists is hooking up. I'm hooking up with him.
You guys going to go down a little early to experience the lot and Shakedown Street? I advise get there a little early.
Oh yeah,
that's you have more fun.
Why don't you fly out, bud?
I'm tempted,
Hit a
but
Midwest show. That's
yeah, until I like click. Yeah, until I click, and like if it was the normal flights that were reasonable, but holy shit, dude, they're trying to rip people off with these fares. The price of gas is one thing, but fuck, like just one flight to JFK is 1,200. That normally at tops 500 or 600. It's crazy.
The crazy part is they try to blame that on all kinds of other fucking things when they know damn well they're making extra profits right now. You know what I mean? Like that's the crazy part. They sell it as this, oh, it's this big, we're gonna have the supply and demand. It's gonna be a crisis. We're gonna, a shortage. So shit's gonna go up in price, and then they put that on the news enough, and then all of a sudden that's what people believe, so you just accept it, you know. But I don't know what you do about it. You can't like fucking, but it's like bullshit when the same companies that are telling you this is the case are marking record profits. And every year, every time there's a crisis like that, they mark record profits. So I don't know what the fuck to make of that either, right? Like,
Well, the bottom line is that those companies who are all on the stock market and have to answer to their investors do not claim profit, then everything goes down. Like, so they have to. That's like this, you know.
that's the problem with it all, I think, you know what I mean?
And if you're part of the investors, you're like, you don't give a fuck what it took to do that. You invested in this stock and are counting on it fucking going up. Who cares?
Yeah. No, I get it. And that's why they
Now, how many people are
this.
technically really invested? Such a small amount.
It really
Like
is.
the whole world revolves around that.
That's what I don't know. I don't mean to shift into like fucking politics or something. I'm not really taking a side. That's all I'm saying. I'm not really taking a side, but I'm just kind of spitting facts. But there was like the top 100 most profitable companies make more than like countries do. You know what I'm saying? Like the top 100 profitable countries have a larger gross income yearly than countries. You know, and we think that our governments rule things, but they, you know what I mean? Like corporations are making the fucking rules. Like that's where all the money is. That's who's got all the fucking power, right? Like they can swing shit hardcore for profit. That's all.
That's what happened to Thailand. They
Well, I
swung
think-
from CBD to THC because of profit.
Yeah, in my lifetime, when I grew up, government, especially the superpowers, were definitely the biggest, most powerful entities on the planet. Somewhere in my life, these corporations are actually bigger than any of these fucking governments.
Yeah.
Right? They control more. That's what, like globalization, whatever the reasons are, it's all whatever. But yeah, even I remember when it was obvious when they had that oil spill thing in the Gulf, and well, it was Obama, but whatever. Obama was trying to tell them, or our government was trying to tell them what to do, and they basically said, "Fuck you, we'll do it what we're gonna do, the way we're gonna do it." Yeah, that was like, to me, I was like, yeah, they don't even give a fuck what the government says. They don't care. They're bigger than that.
The superpowers like WWF, like when Macho Man and Hulk Hogan took over, that shit was amazing, bro. Sorry, that's just
Hulk Hogan, isn't he like been discredited as like a weirdo?
The superpowers. He was one of the worst fucking wrestlers ever. He hurt so many people wrestling. So did Goldberg. They like hurt so many people. Like just fucking sloppy ass wrestlers. Like,
Well, they were trying to make it look real.
No, the wrestlers are the ones that said like, "Fuck those guys. They fucking injured me. Fuck that guy." They're like, "No, that's fucking." I asked him not to do that shit. He did it anyway. Like,
Well, I know we both sometimes watch the same podcast where, what's his name, the Godfather that comes on Be Real show.
Be Real.
So I don't know about wrestling, but he reveals and tells old stories.
I like his
about.
Stories. He's a good storyteller.
Yeah, and the debauchery that was happening during that era.
It's awesome. The behind the scenes
guys,
control, like the real rivalries and the real fights and shit. That stuff was crazy compared to fucking like fake shit that happens. Like, it's fucking crazy.
well, what was the main guy, the promoter, McMahon or what?
Man, he just got in a big old scandal like not too long ago.
He was crazy, dude.
He still is crazy. Shit.
Yeah, well, the world changed on him though. Like, you know.
Yeah.
It was a big soap opera, man.
Yeah.
Back in the day, they had the cartoons and shit. Remember that was on a Saturday morning cartoon and shit. They had the fucking junkyard dog and all that.
It was awesome too. All that shit.
That's funny.
Good
Yeah,
stuff.
I'll come back around, man. Fucking weeds growing good. See, I gotta figure out cockroaches, dude. I got cockroaches. Fucking
You
soil.
too?
Cockroaches?
Yeah.
That's what I
Like,
got. A type of cockroach, I guess.
like not like weed roaches, but like fucking real cockroaches.
Yeah, I got a picture of them. I got a little video of it actually. These
My mother
Small
died.
cockroaches.
Well, my mother cockroach died, so I did something wrong.
I got
That's
this.
why I have no food for my fucking creatures that I grow.
So
And
it's not gonna show. Do it.
oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
like you gotta take your screen, but yeah, I saw it for a second. You
He
go, like,
says, "Oh yeah." You couldn't see anything. I'm sitting there going, "What's he seeing? He can't see shit." He's like, "Oh yeah, it's
I just see
nothing."
you come back, and I was like, oh shit, oh yeah.
I got that beetle
like
I seen tonight, and then
one of those little beetles. I ain't never seen one like that. Show that little fuck.
that's the cockroach there.
Oh yeah, you got the German. You got the German cockroach.
Here,
Y'all
Get a little
know.
video
Yeah,
of
that
It might be. No, that's a flat. That's a feeder. They use those for I don't know the name of that one. Fuck. But yeah, I have white ones like that over here. Light white, like light brown ones. Those do look like roaches to smoke though. I've accidentally.
He's got an antenna and shit. You can't hardly see, but
Yeah,
he's been squishing them. I don't know, but there's little babies in there too. I seen. So.
that's crazy. I have date roaches, I should say. I guess they look like a date. So like, yeah, and the date beetle. It's even worse. Fucking destructive little bastards. Can't kill the date beetle. They're so hard.
So yeah,
I used to have a dog that used to love to eat fucking beetles. Fucking Shug, that dog would fucking eat the fuck out of beetles like they were just candy. You'd have to tell her to stop.
Gross. We have stink bugs out here, like black beetles that stick their ass up in the sky and they smell fucking horrific.
Huh.
You step on one of those, it's horrible, dude.
so yeah. I don't know if them things are just eating the top dressings and shit I put down, or if they're like probably
I
tearing.
don't think those cockroaches will do anything to the plants too much.
Imagine they would if they got hungry. They'd probably eat
That
it.
little beetle though, that first one that you showed me, that thing, that's a beetle. Beetles are diggers. Cockroaches just go down to the side of the pots. They don't really, because I have some date roaches like that, and they just fucking get eaten by the spiders and by the lizards and shit. They just bring more shit into the garden. But I don't know why they're out there to begin with. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, where'd they even come from?
I had to get a bearded dragon apparently to take care of the isopods. So
Yeah, like that's a big thing. Lizard fucking out here. Like a lot of them are fucking dead. They're not coming back. So it's like all these insects out here. Where the fuck are all the lizards? I've seen like barely like 5 of them. And my dogs eat them. I'm like, fucker.
that's crazy.
To import some lizards.
Hell yeah. I just moved strawberry cough into flower. That's a old cut I got recently.
If your dogs eat the lizards, and then the other lizards don't come around because they know that it's a death farm, the dogs will eat them. There's probably
Lizards are
plenty of
smart.
lizards. They're just staying out of your property because your dogs have made a perimeter and will kill them.
Yeah, but lizards can't be that smart. Or maybe they are. I can't take credit away from them. I just see them stuck in spider webs all the time. I'm like, you stupid little fucker. What the hell?
But I guess I've noticed I haven't seen many lizards around my property. And I think some years I think, shit, what happened to all the birds? And then the next year they'll be back, but it's not like some years they hardly come around, and the other years they're back. It's weird.
I feel you on that shit. I got no scorpions this year, but I got like all the spiders in the world, other than the arachnids, besides scorpions.
Some years I think, shit, what happened to all the birds? And then the next year
Dog Daze. What's up, man? Cheers.
My lip.
Cheers, Dawg Daze.
Cheers. Sorry, I had it on in the background.
Is that what I heard? Cheers. That tripped me out, bro. I thought like I had some acid on accident. I don't got none of that, but I was like,
Want
what?
some acid?
I heard it double. Freaked me out, bro. Shit. Cheers.
Guys, I'm gonna check out early. I gotta get up early to go make this happen tomorrow, but I'll see you guys in the weed nerd world.
learn a lot.
Yeah.
Later, Smiley.
Yeah, see you, Eagle. Good to hang out.
Smiley.
Sorry, I'm ditching on you, Dog Daze.
Later, man. Oh, it's cool. Cheddar Bob does the same thing to me.
All right. Don't put me in that category, shit.
Hey, Smiley, can you do me a favor? When you get some of that flour, can you run it down with your others and have it tested for me? I'll pay for that.
He just stepped out, bro.
Oh, well. I'll just text him that.
He probably heard it. He probably watching.
Well, it's hard to find someplace that actually will give correct tests anymore. And, if Smiley knows of one, then I'd really like to have it tested, because the last time I tested that Death Star was about 4 years ago. And I really want to see what the Death Grape tests out at, because that one actually has Face Off OG in it, too.
You like the face off?
Yeah, I actually do like that one.
Nice. I don't think I've ever had it.
It actually, I don't know if it's because, I've had all that surgery and everything to my face, but it feels like someone just takes like a suction cup to my face and wants to pull it off.
Smoking on, Dawg Daze.
Some dab my neighbor made. I got a bunch of it.
Half a slab or slab?
It's not the best. It's all right though.
They're like a whole slab?
Huh?
They're like a whole slab or half a slab?
It was like 25 grams a few days ago. It's probably like a half ounce.
Gets small fast, huh?
Yeah.
Once you start smoking like you got it, then like after you start, you're like, oh, I gotta start saving some of that shit. Hold on.
I got like 5 more weeks till I got a plant. It's ready.
So yeah, that's what I'm. Shit, I just planted seeds barely, so I got a whole run to wait.
I just plant a bunch of seeds. I got some big plants right now. Every plant I was growing before this, I was doing in those 1 gallon and 2 gallon pots, and they were pretty small. I got like 4-foot plants now. They're all about like 2.5, 3 feet wide. Pretty good size.
If my landlady allows me to sign another contract, I'll be dropping some seeds.
You're back in Thailand, aren't you, Captain?
Yes, I am.
Oh, nice.
And They have just said, since you live in Thailand for 10 months out of the year, you can grow 10 plants.
Oh, hell yeah.
I said, thank you.
Hell yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I brought Death Star too.
Nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's awesome.
Shit, I even brought skunk tech stuff to Thailand.
The
I
headband
even
crosses?
bought hemp pill.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, one of them.
Yeah, those look good.
I have Smileys Gardens in Thailand.
Nice.
I got Tao in Thailand. Amy Aces made it with me.
Hell yeah.
I don't know why I feel like that would do really good in Thailand. Amy Aces.
Right.
She just seems like she'd be a good one out there, you know? Just, where's Amy? Give me Amy's Aces.
Yeah, there she is.
Little bite her on her apple. They want to choke. I haven't seen that sticker until right now, really.
Well, Greenfingers, I'm going through my table and grabbing different things and starting your pile. I'm gonna send you a care package tomorrow. Do you want more seeds or you're good on seeds?
I'll take more seeds. I popped a bunch of those seeds that you
All right, I'll dig out a few.
Yeah, I only got, those are the only seeds I have. So, yeah, that'd be cool.
All right.
I just popped these. Oh, it's backwards. You can't read it.
Yeah, I was like,
Top dog packs.
oh yeah, you were talking about that on the last show.
Yeah, I was happy because he talked about the chat asked him the questions about these lines. This is the Colorado Super Skunk. Then I got the HP21 F2s. The Colorado Super Skunk, though, the male that he used, he got that seed line from Duke. It's Duke made it, and it's called Illuminati. I was talking to Duke about it the other day. It's the Star Dog crossed to his basic skunk. So I'm gonna try to find a good male out of them. I'm really excited. I got another one of his packs coming that someone is sending me to. It's the Sour Super Skunk. It's the same Super Skunk crossed with the Sour Diesel BX3. I'm gonna pop them tomorrow too.
Yeah, Top Dog Sour Diesel back crosses. Those are top notch. I'm fully behind Top Dog's genetics. So he puts in the work.
Yeah, he does. I've been after some of the Mass Super Skunk stuff, and he's done a lot of work with that specifically. And that Sour Super Skunk is the Mass Super Skunk, and then a Sour Diesel BX3 male. So I think that one will be really good.
Yeah, I've got some of that Star Dog. I've got a Star Dog F2 here with me.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's a good one.
I bought a lot of stuff that's 50, 60 days to cut down some of this Thai with. Man, 140, 160 day flowering periods. Ooh.
Oh, damn. Yeah, that's a long time.
It's all worth it.
Well, I have to have everything basically out. Yep. Basically, I have to have things outdoor about the first week of September to be able to pull off 3 harvests in one of the Thai harvest seasons.
Oh, nice. So like you put them out, the beginning of your veg is in September?
Yep.
Okay. Huh. That'd be fun.
Because by April 1st, everything in Thailand goes back into vegetative state. There's ambient light that actually is about 15, 16 hours. So you have to pull tarps even if you're using our Western strains starting like April. It also starts to rain in April too, because between October and April, it doesn't rain here. We have to seed the clouds actually.
So in the
And
plants
right
you're
now
gonna
it's raining 3 times a day.
the plants you're gonna grow, the 10 that you're about, are you gonna do a few of the 140-day varieties?
No, no, no. No, I'll let other people do those and I'll just take a paintbrush
Nice.
and we'll go paint some seeds. But no, I'll leave growing the Thai to the Thai people because they know it better than I do. Until I learn how to grow Thai, I'll stick with the stuff I know. Because if I'm right, Thai is not going to need a lot of nitrogen. That's what I'm thinking. I think if you get a bit too much nitrogen, you know, you can possibly even extend the flowering time, because I just don't see all that in the soil here in Thailand and a lot of it. I also think you'll end up with like 20-foot, 24-foot plants too.
Yeah. Be a problem.
But supposedly this week I'm going to go talk to a gentleman and he's going to take me to a whole village. And the whole village now has been growing cannabis kind of secretly up in the hills. And each family does a different type of cannabis, a different genotype. So from what I hear, there's about 12 to 14 different in this little village.
Are they
So
older?
it's going to be neat to go see them older.
Like
the
heirloom?
villages.
No, like the cannabis they grow, is it like older
Yeah.
heirloom stuff?
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, I mean,
Yes.
you're pretty sure that now that this law changed, a lot of Thai people are going to come out of the woodwork that have been growing cannabis the whole time. And
Well, when I was here for that period of time, it was hard for me to find anybody to look at cannabis plants out in the wild, out in the fields, because it was so hush hush. But I started making comments about 5 months ago where, hey, all of a sudden I'm starting to get contacted by more and more people in Asia. And they're now saying, hey, when you get back, let's talk. I'd, like to show you what I've got going on. And before I left, that was still like, back in Ohio, no one talked about it. And 5 months ago, everybody started talking about it. And then like a month ago, it was like, boom, full on. And I get back and all of a sudden I'm walking down Sukhumvit, which is like walking down, Broadway in New York, and it's busy as shit. It's one of the busiest streets. And here's this little truck that pulls up and opens up the side and hangs a sign that says medical marijuana and puts up this little sign, 550 baht per gram, 5 grams, 2,500 baht. And it starts off with apple fritter, banana hammock.
now,
True
do you
OG.
think those were grown in country?
Yes,
or
they
the
were
flower-
grown in country. The
Well,
gentleman
then- So-
bought the seeds from the United States, and he grew it himself. Actually, I
Well,
had to talk
then
with him.
somebody must have known that the law was going to change months earlier, because it takes months to, right? Like they had.
Well,
they
was an underground market here. There was an underground market here to begin with, but and it was quite big. And with no tourists, you were able to stack up, quantities of stuff. So when it did go legal, people, had, 20, 30, 40, 50 pounds laying around.
Well, I'm sure there'll be an influx
But,
of
you know,
Americans from cannabis industry here, seeing if they can penetrate.
Cookies is already in Bangkok.
Yeah, but
Cookies
there will
is
be,
already in Bangkok.
you know, the consultants, the like, yeah, I'm sure there's, you know, whether they're going to be successful at it or not, but it's like a new, well,
The
it's more
people
than a
that were
new state
successful,
legalizing. It's a new country legalizing.
the people are already in the positions. They were here 4 or 5 years ago when I moved here, because it went medical in 2018. So people were here in 2016, 17, like Jaime. They call him Jamie here because they can't pronounce Jaime. But Jaime, who is the creator of Canatonic, is here in Chiang Rai at the university that hired me for 2 days and then let me go. But he runs their facility with the Golden Triangle Group at Chiang Rai, Rajabad Chiang Rai University, which is only 20 minutes from my house here.
Well, but isn't Thailand a
So,
type
you know,
of
these guys
government
have already been here.
and country? They're not going to like allow foreign people to come in and like they're going to try to keep it Thai people.
No. More than 50% of the business, I think it's almost 65 or 75% of the business has to be owned by Thai to begin with. So a foreigner couldn't come in here and just, you know, open up a big, huge business and expect to, you know, do that. He would have to basically give up 66% of his business to open one here. And it's really hard he won't be able to own property. Be able
And if
to
there's
lease it,
like
but he will never be able to own it.
if there's a dispute in court, you're not going to have much standing being a foreigner, right? Like if you have a problem with your partnership,
a lot of times, no, yeah, unless it's in the contracts, and the contracts are totally binding. You know, it's over here, contracts are really big. Even school teachers every year have to sign a contract. So your job is really not secure. You just basically sign a 1 or 2 year contract and that's it. So you could be replaced. But, you know, the same thing is, I tried to explain people here. I said there's 70 million people in Thailand. Okay, maybe, you know, if you get lucky, 1 million of those will smoke cannabis. But at the prices that are out there, who can afford it? At, you know, anywhere from $17, $18 a gram to the stores here in town, I'm told are 850 and 950 baht, which is basically $25 a gram. Who can afford those prices? Not the Thai people, because the people up here, for a general like worker is like 300 baht a day, 400 baht a day. And that's for a 10-hour day.
But that was for like indoor, whatever. I mean, won't people in the hills just grow cannabis and then sell it in town for $1 a gram, right? And be happy.
Well, they're all going to look at the prices, and then they're going to have to understand the difference between indoor and outdoor. And then, yes, you know, I was having a discussion with my friend. I said, listen, you know, because we were talking, he owns a bar here and a restaurant, and we're talking about doing the medibles and the infused dinner one night a week when things pick back up. And we were talking, and I said, but you know, you still have to have that stuff that the local Thai person for 100 baht can go get 3-4 grams. So for $3, he can get 3 grams. It's $1 a gram. That's what the local Thai people can afford. But they're allowing everybody to grow 10 plants. The only thing that they're not allowing are concentrates with THC in it over that 0.2%. So hash is out, oil is out, but the government buys your cannabis to make the oil. So I guess they're looking at the pharmaceutical side that way as far as oils go and concentrates. But, they already have cannabis infused drinks in the stores.
Well,
I took a
probably
picture and posted on IG that the sign that 7-Eleven has that warns pregnant women and things and other people that, that maybe they shouldn't use cannabis infused drinks.
Cam,
well, but
now that
It's a-
Burner's in fucking Bangkok, do you think they'll have fortune cookie?
yeah. But also it's like a history of a conservative government and all the older politicians, just the apparatus and like what would be dabs would probably, like, just on the outward glance at it, look like too drug orientated for them, right?
Correct.
Like,
Correct. I really believe so. And, a lot of the people up here in the north were already growing. I just don't think they were educated enough to understand that the flower was more potent and better for them in their soups. Because I had a talk with a couple Thai friends the other day, and they say, yeah, grandma never lets it go to flower. She's always pulling off the leaf to put in the dishes that she makes, the traditional up northern Thai dishes that have cannabis leaves in them. And they just use the leaf, and it never really gets to the flower because they stripped all the leaves off.
like pot thai with the cannabis flower on top. That's what I want.
That's cool though, because that means there's some grandmas out there that have been preserving like really old heirloom lines to cook dishes with. That's pretty damn cool.
Yeah, that's what I think too, and that's why all the seeds that I brought back and I collected in different areas, I had to tell people, listen, it's a jackpot. It's going to be 140 to 160 days, and I can't tell you what flavors are in them. Anything can pop out. Any type of terpene profile that fits in the fruits and the florals will definitely come out. But mainly expect that lemon to come out. I think I get more of that lemon terp, that lime terp than anything else. And then mango is second. And I really think the Thai genetics and the Asian genetics, we all talk about being bottlenecked. I think, given a couple years and given a couple more years with all the genetics that are coming out of the Middle East and places like Afghanistan and Pakistan, where it's fresh blood coming back in, we will be able to hopefully break that bottleneck within a couple years. And I see it going back to like the 90s and early 2000s when we were just starting to explore these crosses. And, you were getting away from, plants that just basically had one or two types of phenotypes. So I think it could be a really good idea for the cannabis, the way I see the seeds coming in from Europe and places like that and Thailand, and it could really reset the cannabis market for us true smokers, us true people that enjoy the flower, enjoy the different highs.
I see the
You know,
yay
the
and nay,
normal person
Captain.
doesn't
It's a
care.
yay and nay. That's a yay and nay. Are you helping the market, or are you destroying the landmark, the land raised cannabis there? Or, you know, what could be a developing Thailand market? Are you guys already watering down the genetics with, you know, non-native
Well,
cannabis strains?
even the
Well,
thing you described earlier
I-
about going to a village and meeting these people that have been, you know, cultivating cannabis through years and the different varieties. Yeah, well, there's some other hustler like Burner or those types that are in country trying to find those people and basically put a pile of money on the table and say, yeah, let's work together. And next thing you know, and for whatever reason, those people think that the more valuable commodity is apple fritter or all these things that they hear about, not particularly
I haven't
theirs.
tried that one. Is that
Well, I'm
pretty
just
good?
using that as an example. Like already, Captain went to a place that was selling weed, and they had all the basically hype strains that are on our same menus here. They didn't have
Correct.
traditional Thai
And
weed at that place.
And Eagle, you know, I did say
Okay.
hopefully within 2 to 3 years things can be changed. I understand, and I don't want to be the person, and I will not be the person like what happened to Jamaica and give them our Western strains to let the pollen fly in these areas, because I think the natural draw for the tourists is coming to these areas where Western genetics hasn't been introduced into the local heirloom strains. And I'm, you know, if I give out seeds to some Thai people, they're going to be feminized because
So
I
how
don't
is
want to be responsible. I don't want to be the person that does that. I want to send them back to the United States and let you guys work with them there.
Well, I
is
remember.
I doubt it, but is cannabis up in North Thailand? I think Burner hooking up with Kim there. Cookies would do well. If you do a side by side, they kind of look alike, Burner and Kim Jong Un.
Yeah. I just remember back in the 80s when I was young and in weed, there's mainly commercial weed. Green bud was barely starting to come around. And there was Colombian, and there was Mexican, and there was Thai weed. Not Thai sticks, Thai buds. And they were commercially grown. They were packed, they were smuggled in, they had stems and seeds, some worse, some less. But Thai weed grown that way commercially was like connoisseur weed. Like, even if it did look like just some shit in a bag, brown and, you know, compacted and few seeds, that shit was on a different level than even the best Colombian or the best Mexican weed. It had like a stone or like, yeah, I mean, that just regularly grown, whatever they were doing. I guess Captain was saying on another thing, a lot of that actually wasn't grown in Thailand, it was grown in Cambodia. But either way, as far as commercial weed with like little care, field grown, no real attention to trimming and curing, Thai weed was put all those other weeds to shame as far as that on a commercial level without, like, you know, modern techniques involved, just commercial weed, like, which I'm sure they can still produce that same weed in that same region.
And it is, because a lot of what they considered a Thai stick was up in the northeast part, and it's a big national park. And when the military would come into the area, all the farmers would cross the river and go into Laos and into Cambodia to get away. But even Laos has had very, very loose cannabis laws all this time. If you were to come and live in Asia 20 years ago and you smoked cannabis, you would want to go to like Vietnam, Cambodia, but mainly Laos because they just don't give a shit. They
Well,
don't see it as a drug.
And it sounds like it's just more of a lawless place. So you do what you want.
Yes, it is. Truly, truly lawless.
They grow a lot of opium
And
too
you know,
there,
there's
don't they?
parts of it that you can't go in there because it's military shutdown.
Oh damn.
Well, a lot of people talk about Thai sticks. I remember the Thai sticks came around for a couple years, and then there was these ones with the red string, and they were like knockoffs that were like Mexican Thai sticks. But Thai weed by the pound, there was different varieties, the chocolate Thai, the greener one. That was what I saw more of. Not I had some of those real Thai sticks, but that was fleeting. They were like a little bit came, and a month later they were gone. And but Thai weed for years that was available, mainly from the East Coast. Like I used to do deals and bring Thai weed back to San Francisco and have a high value for it. And you buy it cheap in New York. In the 80s.
Killer was probably buying from Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, it was just the killer's Thai weed, not sticks or anything. Like, just some batches were better than others, like with anything commercially.
I would love to experience that.
Well, it sounds like with Thailand changing the
Yeah.
law, and within a year or two, that will develop. There's people in Thailand that who cared what the law was. They live up in the mountains and do what
Just
they
like
do.
here.
Yeah, and so they've
Well,
probably still been.
Northern Thailand hasn't been part of Thailand except for, I think it was 1936, 33, 36. And then the North became part of Thailand, and they still consider themselves different because a lot of the tribes that live up in the villages in the hills here, they govern themselves still. The Thai government, you know, claims them as Thailand, but really doesn't oversee too much. They kind of let them be because they understand that if they give them too much pressure, then there'll be a rebellion. So a lot of the older cultures are still alive up here in the north, which is really nice. And it's one of the reasons why I moved up here, because I think the people are nicer. They're also more laid back and happy.
Looks beautiful out there.
Probably because it's not so fucking hot.
How hot does it get out there, Captain?
You know, we're in the 90s right now, but it's very comfortable because it is rainy season. The humidity is up. So the little bit of breeze that you have is a cool breeze. But if I was down in Bangkok, this would be stifling hot. I would be sweating like a pig.
Yeah, it's been cool here lately, but just the last couple days. Before that, it was
Now,
getting the hundreds.
in all the years you've been there, how much time have you spent like partying in Bangkok over all the like? Obviously, you've checked it out a few times.
Well, I lived in Bangkok for 10 months. And
How was
then
that?
in the 10 months is when I just was traveling to decide if I wanted to live in Cambodia or in Thailand. And living in it's like living in LA or New York. There's 23, 24 million people in Bangkok. You get in a taxi cab to go, 10 miles, and it takes you 2.5, 3 hours because of all the people. You're basically stacked on top of each other. You're living in like a studio apartment.
Now,
But,
what was the appeal
if you're looking
of
for
it at all?
nightlife,
Nightlife.
the nightlife. Yeah, it's like New York. It never closes. You can be hungry at 4 o'clock in the morning, 3:30, and go find 5 or 6, 7 places to eat within, a 5-minute walk.
Can you live cheap in Thailand or in Bangkok too? Like in the big city?
No, not really in Bangkok. You can't really live cheap because my studio apartment cost me 3 times as much as my 3-bedroom house does up here.
Well, over the years, because my girlfriend is Filipino in Philippines. I've watched some videos, both from Thailand and Philippines, but like expat community type things where Americans that have moved there make YouTube channels to hip people to the pros and cons and all this. And I forget the place in Thailand, but like it seems like each country has 1 or 2 cities or areas that is like been developed, is purposeful, and is meant to attract expats by the tens of thousands. What's the one or something Oriental or I forget the one in Thailand, but you don't live in those areas, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
No. Yeah, the city.
expat.
I live in the second largest city in the north, and there's 70,000 people here. There's not a large group of expats. You go to Chiang Mai, which is 4 hours south of here, and you literally have, just like you were saying, little communities where the houses were built to Western standards, not Thai standards. So they were built with bigger kitchens, actually a house, because mine is kind of like a Chinese kitchen where it's off the back of the house. But, they have all their amenities. Every room has an AC in it. There's 4 or 5 bedroom houses, and they're costing up here $1,000 a month. Now in Chiang Mai, because there's 2.3 million people and the large universities and schools that are there, it's the main center for the north. Yes, you're going to probably pay upwards of $50,000 to $60,000 baht for the same house that you would get here in Chiang Rai, but you're not in that little community of expats. I went home and I found out that the only other person that speaks English in my village moved out. So I am the only one that speaks English in my village now. And it's nice because I've actually been there for a while. So they know me, they accept me, they help me to understand because I am stupid. I really realized that when I came back again, and it was like, okay, I used to understand what you were saying, but I don't know. That 10 months really hurt.
Well, I heard that Thai is like the hardest one of the languages to learn. Seems
I
like
think Thai and
Chinese would be.
Vietnamese are the two. But yeah, there's like 43 vowels in the Thai language. 43 vowels. And everything, you can say a word and change tone that you say it in, and it'll mean a completely opposite or something else. And it can get you in trouble. That's why I don't say the word beautiful in Thai, because I mispronounce it in the tone, and it's actually an insult the way I say it. So I just stay away from it.
It's interesting that a compliment and an insult would be like so closely related in the way you say it, with just the pronunciation being different.
Yeah, and that's my problem trying to learn Thai is the tonal differences. And also to understand that, when I'm trying to explain in Thai that, the only Thai word in the English language is the word bong. And certain words loosely translate, but then there's like certain words like we use that just don't translate, and you don't even need to speak them when you're trying to talk to people in Thai. So it comes out like broken sentences, because you're leaving out words that really you have no clue what they are to begin with. So why even say them? It just confuses them.
That just made me think, like, so bong is the only word that is like a Thai word is bong. What is the origin of like, how we started using the word bong? Was it a nickname, or did it come from like?
Well,
brother,
if these say, okay, here you have, a tree, it's a fruit tree, on a piece of bamboo from here to here is considered a bong. It's the growth of a bamboo tree. So
Well, then
that'd
that's
be one bong, two bong, three bong, four bong.
And one of the first bongs was bamboo bongs, right? I mean, that was, yeah, I remember as a teenager, we had made a homemade bong from bamboo, just put a metal down stem in it.
And I will be taking you guys live to the Chiang Rai Museum, where supposedly houses Thailand's oldest bong.
Hell yeah.
It's like 500 years old.
That's badass.
Well, that just shows that Thailand's cannabis history, and the most common word that is international, bong, really comes from. Yeah, that's says a lot. Like at one point, before like international prohibition, basically we put pressure on the whole world to eliminate all cannabis culture every place on the planet for what, 40, 50 years or longer.
And a lot of people here in Thailand in the north are really happy because now, there are 16 Thai traditional medicines that are made with cannabis. And now they can, legally make those medicines again. And that's what a lot of the people here in the north were using, were the medicines made with cannabis. Because here in the north, cannabis is a little bit more prevalent.
I could be wrong, but doesn't China influence a lot in all the countries in Asia? So ultimately, like,
yes, that's
Thai changing the cannabis law. That probably is not what China would have preferred, right? But they did it anyway.
Yes, but they don't have control over Thailand like they do Cambodia. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't go to Cambodia, is because watch the Chinese come in and displace a whole village on a beach.
I just
And
watched the
I
thing that
talked
said
to-
Thailand's a fucking sitting duck. That China wants you guys back so fucking bad because you're the link to the island chain there. Yeah, they reclaim Thailand. They have an open port to everything. You know what I mean? But the US have a stranglehold with Thailand somewhat, you know, in our belt that we could actually put a, you know, supply block and kind of fuck them in a trade aspect. So they were basically saying with Russia in the UK or the Ukraine incident going right on right now that China's kind of feeling froggy about the Thailand thing. It was basically what they were saying in that report that I watched yesterday.
And most of the large Thai companies here, the rich people, are actually Thai Chinese, Chinese Thai. My friend who owns Bloom, which is one of Thailand's leading cannabis online sales companies, his father is Chinese, and he moved to Thailand 50 some years ago and married my friend's mother, who actually lives 20 minutes away from me in Shaker Heights in Cleveland, which is really funny. But he's Chinese, and he moved here 50 years ago. Big frozen food company here in Thailand is Chinese Thai, but they've been here for, 40, 50 years. They moved here a long time ago. And because another thing with Thailand is it's so close to China, a lot of the wealth, people bring it to Thailand because they're afraid of their government taking their wealth from them. And yes, China is Uncle China to Thailand. There's a great influence. A lot of their the Thai tourism is based on the Chinese.
Well, they were saying one of the other big aspects as well as being, you know, the center link to the island chain there, that you guys are basically the computer component producer of the world. And, you know, they would like to have that technology under their thumb as well. Was the other draw with us going into, you know, a digital age, everything kind of being computer related. And they do, I guess, because we put them in that position, I guess, through trading a long time ago. But nonetheless, they're the ones that the main supplier of, you know, processors, computer chips and shit like that. And it, you know, with everything leaning more and more towards tech, you know, everything being computer based, they wanted, that was another draw to take over Thailand.
Well, and don't they have like aspirations to take what, Taiwan, or what's that, Singapore? I thought that was one of our
He
fears,
definitely wanted.
that's the first place they're going to make a move. I mean, ultimately,
It's just,
why wouldn't they just want to recapture or take over the whole Asian, all the countries? And I imagine most of the people in a lot of those other countries would be like, well, maybe life would be better under this. I mean, whether that's true,
They have a lot of money.
Right. I mean,
they have a lot of money, and that's what they did to Cambodia. They actually bought their way in. They offered enough money to the Khmer government and the people in power where they were able to come in and buy a whole bunch of things. I remember in 2018 that they actually cracked down on the Chinese coming into Cambodia, and they found 450,000 Chinese that they deported from Cambodia because they were felons and violent criminals. 450,000.
Well, I mean, we're celebrating Thailand changing its cannabis, but like, let's say in a year or so, China decides, yeah, we want in the game. And if it's like everything else, like they wiped out honey industry, they wiped out, fuck, that'd be the worst news that ever happened, is that China got in the cannabis game on an international level.
I really don't think that would really make a difference, because Thailand has had that name ever since the 60s and the 70s. Ever since Vietnam, Thailand has always had that name for the cannabis. And no other country in Asia is known like Thailand for cannabis like that in our Western world. You know, people talk about Vietnam next, and then they talk about Laos, and then they talk about Cambodia. But outside of those, they don't talk about any of the other cannabises from like Malaysia or any of those countries farther south. You really don't hear about Korean. So, you know, China, yeah, they're big and everything, but they don't have the Western following, like the culture of the Western people gravitating towards Thailand. And it's even with the Australians too. You know, they come here not only for the girls, but because of the cannabis. So it's our Western culture that really looks at cannabis. Our Western culture in Europe and America really drive cannabis in the world. You know, it's been grown here and everything, but it's never been like it is now, where everybody's trying to make a dollar off of it. And everybody thinks they can make a dollar off of it. But what's going to happen is, you know, Thailand has now opened up for export. So they are allowing exports. All they have to do is sign a treaty with a country, a contract with a country, and they're shipping Thai cannabis to them. So, you know, well, what happened is you've got California and Michigan at $500 pounds. How much cheaper is it going to get? How many more people can smoke cannabis? There's just too much of it out there to begin with, too much of a supply. Yeah, we smoke a lot of cannabis, but we can't smoke this much. The world can't.
I question.
Let's keep it all craft cannabis, people.
Well, on some podcasts, they had the Canadian LP people, and I guess it was published that if they stop producing cannabis that day, there would be 3 to 5 years of cannabis on the shelf stocked up.
You gotta admit that's kind of funny.
That was hilarious. I thought he barked at first. He's like, and then I was like,
He's like, no, I can talk louder. I can talk louder.
exactly.
Hey, that dog that Bud has, man, you got to watch that dog. You'll be walking down the hallway, and that dog will come up behind you and bite you in the ass. It's a game.
No, he doesn't bite. He just nip. That's his love nip. That means he likes you. I try to tell people that. Yeah.
Yeah, my dog does that too. But he gets carried away, and sometimes I bleed. I'm like, what the hell, bro? You did me too much. You love me,
Now,
you love me too much.
the
I just
little
don't know what to say to
chihuahua,
that.
the little chihuahua will like try to ankle bite you and like has broken skin on people where like, yeah, when you're walking out, they'll snipe you from behind.
Yeah.
The
I'm like, how
chihuahua.
many legs get cuts all day long? I'm like, what the hell? My legs are fucking bleeding. Why? Little dog.
But his dogs are very well behaved. They're very nice dogs.
Yeah, they let me live here, is the truth.
That little puppy's getting big.
Well, Turp was on the porch when I took over the place, and they offered to have him like picked up by animal control, and I'm like, no, he's cool. And I didn't even know at first. He had all these white things all over him. He must have had like so many ticks. It took us weeks of like going through them, and we had medicine and gave him baths, and he lived. Yeah, he ate rabbits and shit. He was just living like the neighbor down the road told me, yeah, he's been here for years. He just lives up here. And yeah, he thinks this whole mountain is his. Like, that's for sure. He's probably one of my best dogs. I've had some good dogs over my life. Like I wish dogs had, if I could give God, give me one grant one thing, I think I would probably go, could dogs live the same lifespan as humans? Because,
Yeah.
well, let's see. Here's all my dogs. These are their ashes. And yeah, there's been some fine dogs over the years. But dogs, they only live like, you're lucky if you could get 20 years, you know, maybe 12 is, I don't know, but it's too short of a time. Especially when you have a really good dog. You're like, no.
Man, you ever thought about like a bird, man? Fucking some of them birds, a macaw, and some of them birds, hundreds of years, man. Them are fucking things you're gonna pass on to your family if they want it or not. Some of them birds could live like 120 years.
I've never, but I've thought about how cool it'd be, especially one that talked. Like that would be really pretty cool.
It'd be funny to have one of them birds that like just kind of hung out in the background of like one of these shows. It just got super cannabis intelligent. But yet maybe like the next generation you pass it down and then it's like, man, all that bird does is talk about weed.
Yeah, that would be funny. The parrot just popping off strain names at random, you know?
You never know.
Deep fried talking bird.
It bored off fucking invaders, that's for sure. When you fucking freak out, you open up somebody's grow room door, one of them fucking birds come flying at your ass. No. Have a fucking trained falcon in your room. Huh?
I got pigeons. My pigeons had babies. And I found little shells in there and they were on the ground. I was like, oh shit. Yeah, I looked up and then he started flying at me and I was like, you don't know how to fly that good. It was a baby. Barely learning how to fly. Pretty badass.
Yeah, I fucking I actually got to know some birds a little bit there. I fucking used to cut trees for a living. I climber for a while. And I talk about the getting hurt and when during that process, I got the bilateral hernia, the double hernia there, and then ended up having to work out front of the tree service. They had the birdhouse, and they sold all kinds of fucking birds. So through the healing process to kind of make some extra cash there, I did some time hanging out, feeding the birds and shit. Yeah, some of the fuckers were intimidating, man, knowing that they could bite through your fucking finger. You know what I mean? No problem. Just ka-tink,
Yeah, they'll
gone.
snip you off. Any of those ones with the rounded off beak, like the talking birds or whatever ones talk, parrots and shit. Finger gone.
For sure.
Well, I've lived for like 23 years just because I'm on this hill. It's like hawks love to hover around and hunt for snakes or whatever they're doing. But like the few times I've gotten like up close, like a good look at them, they're scary as fuck. They're gnarly. Like when you see them flying and all this, yeah, they kind of look cool. But when you see one up close, you realize that's a vicious fucking bird.
Dinosaur,
No
bro.
joke.
You see the scales going up their legs, like fucking. Even on the pigeons, I trip out. I'm like little fucking gross ass dinosaurs.
And I remember we'd only lived out here in this area for a year or so. And my wife calls me outside, and there was two hawks like doing air battle shit and all this crazy shit. And as we were there, they dive bombed and landed in like our trees on our property. And like we're like, fuck, that are they even alive or what could have happened? I mean, they came down fast and hard. And we went and staked it out. Yeah, that's what they're mating. And they actually like connect up in the fucking air and then fucking free fall and land on the ground, but they survive it.
Yeah, that tripped me out. I seen it before, and I was like, "What the fuck's happening?" And then the guy that I was with told me.
Yeah, we thought we were gonna go up there and try to rescue a hurt bird or some, no, they were fine. They were mating.
Yeah, he was like, "Don't go." That if you go over there, you're gonna fucking make them stop. So we won't go check it out. But like,
yeah,
fucking old dude, pretty smart. But yeah, I have night hawks out here. They just eat insects, only insects. Like the rabbits kick it out there in front of them and everything, and like the night hawks will be flying like right down, swooping right over the rabbits, and the rabbits don't run away or nothing because they're so used to them. So it's crazy. And they don't eat nothing but insects. So and they only come out at night. The trip.
Well, I live in a place that's nature. And over the years, yeah, birds aren't consistent anymore. Like it used to be. God, there was so many of them. It bugged the shit out of me. I couldn't sleep in the morning. They'd be pecking at the fucking glass, thinking it's like reflection of themselves and fucking mess. And you'd see them all the time, all different varieties. And then, yeah, sometimes I think, oh, they're not coming back this year. There's hardly any. But then all of a sudden the next year they'll come back, but it's not consistent.
Shoot. Yeah, I just got pigeons out of nowhere. And there was 2 of them left from the neighbor kid killing all of them. And the doves and the pigeons had like mated one. They were like one group. So like the mourning doves and all the pigeons were like mixed, really fucking mixed. But like you could see the difference because the smaller body of the doves. But yeah, I got a good mixture of them. They look like fucking good pigeons. pigeons, the good ass pigeons. Nice, getting busy. Got like 4 of them now.
What, you have a pigeon coop?
Yeah,
Or
they're
just
in the garage. Yeah, they fly through the window that I put down, and then I put a hole in the garage door. I guess it used to be a pigeon coop before. I had a like garage door on the little hole, a little door on the garage door, like a doggy door, but it's just to let the cool room. But yeah, so I just opened that up and then opened the other window on the top, and then so they could fly in. They made their little homes and shit all up in there on the shelves.
Well,
I
mean, I guess I knew a little bit about pigeons, but what I learned a bunch was when there was a show about Mike Tyson, or a movie, and he's been into that since he was a kid. But it's pretty amazing. Like, yeah, the honing, or that's how they compete. Where like, yeah, they bring the birds hundreds of miles away, and then they know to come to the one spot, and whoever gets there first wins. It's crazy how they train those pigeons to do pretty amazing things.
Yeah, I put cookies all over. Whenever I go for a walk, I'll throw a cookie, and it has my scent on it, and then they find it just from flying, and they'll find it, and they'll go eat it, and they'll come back here every time. They'll know like they come back here for another cookie, and I'll walk out to the cookie in the front, and then they'll just keep coming back, and then I got more and more and more and more. And like only half of them live here though. The other ones go somewhere else to go stay. So.
Well, pretty
Cheers,
much all
Major.
animals, if you start feeding
You gotta
them,
have
they're gonna come around.
Yeah,
Sounds too serious to talk, man. Talking about pigeons. Woo-wee.
Don't
Don't let me start up pigeons.
We were talking about birds, all kinds of birds.
The Larry Bird cut, number 33 gelato. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, I got some of that with crossed runts. Bud gave me.
No way.
Hell yeah, you want them?
Runts and gelato.
Yeah,
that's the Zettles, man. It's the Zettles. The Z.
The
Z-Town.
No, you just say Skittles and it's still zero Skittles. Skittles.
The James Loud one is
White Runs.
Gelato, yeah, and runs. And I think that's really called Dark Sunset, I think, or something.
Oh shit. I forgot you fucking put the names, you put the crosses. I forgot. Shit.
Well, that was before they were named. But considering I ran about a dozen of the Gelato 41, I would have marketed that one, Dark Sunset. It was obvious that one was the cool, it was a good one. It had great flavor and structure. And sure enough, that was the one that I think even before he already knew that. Like, but when he gave it to me, it wasn't labeled like that. It wasn't.
Did he do this triangle kush crossed with that gelato, or the White Runs by any chance?
He crossed like everything. Let's see. I still have a bunch of those. I have sour apple. I have to pull them out. Whatever was popular. Everything in the Gelato 41. Like a whole line.
Another sour apple?
Shit. Let me look.
I just got the apple fritter cut.
I got a sour apple
Yeah.
from somebody else. I forgot the person. Fuck. I had a tag.
Another apple fritter cut, should I say?
Right?
I see this one's apple.
You made that one?
Okay. Star Dog Gelato 41.
Death Star.
Sunset Sherb Gelato 41. Wedding Cake Gelato 41. GMO 41. Sour Apple 41.
I want to try that.
Autos. These are autos.
Auto.
My sour diesel's looking killer right now.
I thought you were going to be busy with all your S1s you're doing there, dog.
What's that?
I thought you're doing a bunch of S1s now, man.
I want to make some and grow them out.
Nice.
I got
What are you going to do with that Trinity there?
that's what I want to do it with is the Trinity, and there's a couple others, but I think the Trinity will be the first one. My cousin's gonna send me some STS. He's pretty proficient at making it. So.
Now, is that Trinity just an old OG, or that's a Triangle Kush OG cross?
Trinity is an old bag seed out of some skunky bud from Trinity County, California.
Cool. So kind of listen.
There's
Just
a
a mystery.
description of it by Jason King in the Canna Bible. I've heard it's not truly accurate, but I've heard it's some pretty damn good weed, and it's an older cut.
Yeah, well, any of
And
those,
the Triangle Kush, though.
yeah, any of those older cuts will have that little bit of mystery, you know. Oh, it sort of has an OG in it, but it sort of has a sour. But
That Triangle Kush stinks, dude. I've never had a cut that smells like that. Anytime I open that dome, the whole room will smell like fucking sour body odor, and it's loud. It's a loud plant. Got kind of an OG smell to it, honestly.
Sour body.
but like in flower almost.
No,
that
it's a little
strong.
cut. Like it's
Yeah, I know what you're
rooted.
saying, but it's like
Oh.
it's almost like in flower. Like
Yeah,
it's a
I
little mini.
haven't grown it out yet, so I don't know, but it's got that similar pungent, loud OG kind of smell to it. I imagine it'll smell different though.
Yeah, it's always funny how those transfers, those smells evolve, and you're like, oh no, I wanted that one when it started off with, but I'm okay with this one too. Then you wait another month and it'll change again.
Yeah. Yeah. I love it though.
To grow them out though. The Trinities are already rooting. I might have to get the Triangle Kush again. I got 3, but I got like snips that weren't rooted like into plugs, and I didn't know how to harden them off. I've never had snips before. I always got, I'd get them already rooted. So the Trinity made it just fine. I got 2 out of 3 of them to root, and I got 1 Triangle Kush left, and I think it's going to be fine. I've had it in there for like 11 days, and it's kind of solid in there now. So I think it's getting its roots going.
Yeah, if you get snips, you gotta recut those bad boys, right?
Yeah, that's where I fucked up. They were in the vials of water, and like you had to cut that bottom part off that was in the water because I put them straight into plugs, and the whole part that was in the water turned to brown mush.
Yeah,
hollow, and then they fall over. And so the ones that I cut off in time, they did a lot better. But the Triangle Kush, I don't know, it's just it's a little pissy, I guess.
Yeah, it's just like the Chem 91.
They're also coming from Oregon, so I bet the humidity there, I don't know exactly where in Oregon, but like it's a lot more humid out there than it is here.
You in Colorado, right?
Southern Colorado.
Oh, Southern Colorado. High plain desert country.
On the edge of the Dust Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
You like dust storms and shit. I got the sour diesel and the purple punch and the primus, that spirit train, and the sour nasty are all like 22 days into flower now. They look pretty good. That purple punch is a badass plant, like to grow, and I could see why it's probably in a lot of dispos because it packs so much bud so quickly. I'm only 22 days in, and it's stacking, and it's already getting trichomes. They all look pretty good. I'm happy. It's the best run so far by far.
Have you smoked that purple punch though?
Yeah, when my uncle brought me the cut, he gave me like an ounce of the flower that he grew out. So beautiful. I had some pictures on my IG. He's excellent at growing too, so he did a great job with it. But I can totally see like mine's coming out exactly like his. The leaf looks the same, the morphology of the leaf, and then like my buds, even though they're still pre-flowers, like they're budded up, like there's a good shape to them already, and I can see they're forming just like the buds he gave me. Smells very similar too, but I liked it. Wasn't the most potent smoke in the world, but it was pretty good. Like it put me down, and I smoke a lot of potent weed. Almost all the cuts he brought, or actually, yeah, all the cuts he brought me a flower of too, the sour diesel and the primus.
It definitely sounds like you got some hardcore fire, dude.
I can feel that spider tumble down the hole. I can feel it tumble down the hole.
Send them to me. Send me that spider, bro.
I thought he vacuumed up that big fucker. He found another big fucker.
Yeah, he vacuumed it up.
But he came back to life.
I hate spiders, but I've been leaving them in my grow room lately.
Spiders are cool. I got a big black widow on mine right now. or black and red. I'm not sure. Can't
Yeah,
see
I
that.
kill them. I'm worried about them getting my dogs. We have a lot of them out here.
Yeah, I got thousands of them. Kind of grow them.
Yeah, I've been. I need to bug bomb my house, but I can't just leave for a day.
Yeah, plus who knows what they're spraying, right? I don't know how beneficial that shit is.
Yeah.
Our clients around here get that shit done. Oh, they do the garlic spray and they
Worried
get all
about it.
these bug sprays. It's like, well, they're
Fuck
still
up my
bugs like 3
organic
weeks
grow.
later.
Give me and my dogs and my girlfriend cancer or something.
Some bullshit that's not worth the inconvenience of a spider. Like, how often does a spider bug you?
A lot, dude. I'm terrified. I have arachnophobia. Pretty bad.
Oh shit!
But-
Well, there you go.
Dude, I'll grab a
I couldn't
rattlesnake with my bare hand, but I do not like to fuck with spiders. And I can kind of like I can talk myself out of it. Just leave them alone. But if they're on me, dude, I freak the fuck out, and I just can't help it. Like I've tried to overpower that shit with my mind, and like I can kill them, but if
right now, bro.
if they get on me and catch me by surprise, I freak the fuck out.
There you go.
All
Fuck
right,
spiders.
Greenfinger. Greenfinger. This
Yeah.
is what I'm sending you. I'll mail it tomorrow. This is like I picked out a few seed packs for you. WAP cookies, gelato, 41 purple crossing the purple doge from Tino. Then I'm sending you this. This is land race from Afghanistan from Khalifa. It's from the Bach region.
Oh man.
Well, you like that? I got another one for you, Captain. The
Cool.
suburban region. And then this, but this one is only a few seeds left. It's sour apple gelato 41 from James Loud, and then there'll be some other stuff in there, even a couple little pieces of paper for you. You know what I mean?
Shit, buddy. You know, I sent you my address there, bud. You check your IG
I know.
there.
I gotta
You
get
know,
creative.
I like paper
I gotta
too.
go to the dollar store and then buy like an item, like something to get creative. You know what I mean? It'll
Hey,
come.
bud, did that package make it?
You know what? It didn't. And even Cal sent me one like days after you did. It came. So I was hoping Monday. I know you said you might have tracking, but back at home in the US. Maybe it's just
I
will
sent
show up a
a
day late.
request, so it has tracking.
My mail's been being way fucked
You
up
should have
lately,
got it
man.
last week, though.
Yeah, no, because other packages have come and gone when there was no delay. So
It took my seeds a week to get here, and literally they were coming from a city that's like 3 hours away from my house, and it took them a week to get here. And I had shit coming from Amazon through the mail too, and it got here like in 2 days. And I can't explain that, but
Well, they gotta go to distribution centers, and then from there they'll get
Yeah.
organized. It's a
I
whole
still don't
fucking
feel like it should have took a week.
system.
Like that's
That
ridiculous.
one package was rolling on the roller for like a week, just sitting there rolling halfway up the roller, like going up the
the
conveyor belt,
bottom line
rolling.
for me, when I think about how a package gets there so quickly and efficiently and pretty much all like that's pretty much a miracle. Like priority mail, you can send shit in 2-3 days. You'll get almost anywhere, even some bumfuck address in the middle of nowhere for whatever,
Choose
20 bucks
meaulflower.
or 16 bucks with tracking.
Terps to the morning.
Terps to the morning, boys.
Terps to the morning.
That's a good saying.
How's all the weed nerds?
Yes, man. So far, so good.
Pretty good. Just got some certified cuts, certified clean too, not just the cuts themselves, but they've been scoped and dipped in a whole bunch of shit that should have no root aphids or any fucking contamination whatsoever.
Can't
So
get autos though. You can't call
yeah.
them. Bro. BS. Okay. I love you, but fuck, you're lying to us.
Ain't no auto, man. I'm telling you, dog. Autos are dead to me.
You don't like autos?
Oh man, I just had a bad run of autos, and
I'll give you some auto seeds that are killer. My cousin breeds them, and I was really skeptical on them, and so I like planted a few and just ran them in my bedroom at first. I was so impressed with the bud I got. Like he does good work with them, but it was pretty damn good.
how about between plant versus plant? How was that though? Like, what's the consistency we talk about here? We're talking about, oh, I got
Like
one
the
footer
flower,
here over
like
here.
the end flower.
No,
It
like
was-
the plant structures. You know, is that
Oh.
they're obviously related.
The
Or this
first
is like,
one I
oh.
grew was really nice. It got decent size. I got a couple ounces of flower off of it. Took it, I think, like 75 days or no, it was 83 days from seed. Like the day it sprouted, 83 days and it was done. And it was really good bud, super potent, but they grew pretty well. The second time I grew them, I think I transplanted them, or just because I had them in the 1 gallon pots, they just didn't get nearly as big. But the bud was still pretty good, and I actually fucked them ones up, like overfed them or something. I can't remember what I did, but they were still pretty good too. The first one though was bomb.
There you go. So that's the problem with me too. Is that I'll have a good one and then 4 bad ones, and there's an okay one. Oh, that one's acceptable.
Here's what
Just
I
the ratio
Run
is
them in
just-
your veg though too.
in
like-
the last 2 seasons of doing it twice, same variety. The first time I had them in solo cups and let them like grow a little bit in there before I put them out into the beds, which they were still really fragile to be put outside at that point, where I think I lost one during that first week, but the rest went. They didn't get that big. Like they got like maybe 2 feet tall or less. Then this year, yeah, I took germinated it in a paper towel and put that little sprout right in the 4x8 bed outside. But I used old domes I had that seen better days, and I covered them up and kept them under the dome for maybe a week or longer till they got going. And then those ones got twice as big, maybe 3 times as big, where like I realized even right now I have like 40 of them sprouted in these little cups. Yeah, I should have probably just put the seedlings right in the bed and put domes, because taproot, they move quick. And if the taproot, if this flat triggers, because if taproot gets hindered by the bottom of a container, yeah, you pretty much can't sprout them in a container, because like 3, 4, 5 days, I've seen taproots go fucking 6, 8, 10 inches. I mean, they move quick.
Yeah, and they
lot of
definitely
people
have a
say, you know-
sensitivity, a root sensitivity that's an issue
Yeah.
that they can't take that minor abuse of being transferred as a little
Yeah,
worrisome.
so
for
the
my
amount of days
style.
that you're going to be able to get out of putting them in a container, small cup or whatever, yeah, it's
Yeah.
not really.
And
Yeah.
by the way, the majority of my issue was that because the resistance was so low, right?
Yeah.
It was just, it couldn't take the morning dew up here, and then trashed out half of them before even the worst season was here. So it was like the advantage of putting them in early was great aspect of them, but when you put them out and they couldn't take the morning dew and they rotted out, well, there's no advantage of that at all besides disappointment. So it's just like,
Well,
all right, those are out. We won't do that again, because that's
even
hundreds
with
of
the
man
space
hours.
I had, I was like, oh, I'm just going to do these autos. But then my veg, well, my friend with a big operation had a bunch of plants he didn't want anymore. And I took those, which then they're the perfect height and everything, where the ones that I was going to turn back were already too tall. So then I decided, oh, all those go outside. Now I got these. And then I have like all these autos I've sprouted, like 40 of them, different kinds. And I realized I have 17 acres. the thing about how these things grew, yeah, I could like whack them all. I could put a couple over there. They grow anywhere. 2 years ago, they were the cover crop. The photos were above them and took all the light, and they still grew fine underneath them. Like, and the one variety I grew indoor, yeah, I guess that was the biggest it got under 18-hour light, but that wasn't it didn't grow good, like not as good as that year the shade ones. Like literally,
See, that's the issue with a lot of these autos too. Is like, oh, it's okay, it's good. Oh no, this one was great. Oh, it's fine. And so see, these aren't really stellar terms. We want to be like, oh, that's what we want. We want greatness. We want superb, supreme. Like, and when you grow an auto, the chance of getting those is just that much less. So that's why I sort of hate the autos. And let's switch the subject. This is depressing. Everyone's getting sad.
No, but it's not something to count on, like, but it's something to throw around and like something to play with. That's all I look at. Like, that's not going to replace the photos. It's not like I'm deciding, oh, am I going to grow autos or photos? That's not even a thought. I just have those as like, it's fun. It's like something to mess with.
And like you said, it's worth a chance if you can get a couple decent ones for sure, right? Especially if you have those friends who don't really toke down heavy, they're generally satisfied with almost anything, right? Even almost
Dude,
trim.
That's the part you're missing. It's not like you can tell it's good ass weed. Like, it's might not be the great ass weed, but it's good. It's not like, oh, I taste auto. Ooh, that's auto. No, it's not like that.
My heart knows, buddy. He'll just skip a beat.
If you like variety, it's just another variety.
Yeah, I do love variety. Almost too much. It's almost sickness of mine.
It's like runs, though. Autos.
I do like runs.
He loves runs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I haven't tried runs.
Really? I smoked some good runs.
Geez, like around SoCal, well, at least in my circles, runs. Well, it was 2 years ago, Gelato 41. That was like, fuck everything. And it was runs last year. And
there's still a lot of Mac in Colorado. Last time I was going to the dispensary, that was usually the Mac and the LA Kush cake were like the best.
Damn.
And the Circle was probably the best stuff they had.
That was like fucking years and years and years ago that I remember the Mac being fucking. How long ago was that, Bud, for you? The Mac?
The Mac, like a couple years now, 3 years. It's been around longer, but like it didn't penetrate my consciousness until about 3 years ago.
Oh yeah, it got to me
earlier. I like it and all that, but it's not. I don't know. It's good.
It was
good.
Okay.
I think it was a great cut until it got diseased, though, right? That cut got so passed around.
There's something wrong with that one.
Yeah, for sure.
Like,
something was wrong with it.
Now, I might have already spoke on this, but like, I was at my buddy's op, and he's like, "Oh, smell this one," and I'm like, "What is it?" He's like, I just got it. This was maybe 4 weeks in. It's this Mike and Larry." And like, I smell a lot of things over my life. I never smelt this terp profile. It was like, I'm not good at describing. Maybe I'd say like Indian floral incense, maybe something like that. But it had sweetness too and gassy. I don't know. It had it all. And I left there with 3 nice, healthy clones of it. And I guess it comes from that Skunk Master Flex. It's his latest or one of his latest varieties, Mike and Larry. I don't know.
Definitely has a Larry OG in it.
Yeah, I assume it's Larry OG. But Larry OG has been bred into some of the best shit in the last few years. Comes out of Larry.
Yeah.
Larry's definitely put in the work.
Mhm.
I don't know all the different strains associated with Larry, but
In the
there's a
purple
bunch.
I had it crossed with
Well,
everything.
Purple Punch is an old school strain. Actually, before it was called Purple Punch, I think it used to be called shit, it's skipping my head now. But it used to be Larry OG and Granddaddy Purple, isn't it? Is that what?
Yeah, I've been wondering about that because I heard
Purple
it was
Punches?
made like a while ago. Like
Yeah,
10
that's an
years
old
ago.
school strain, man. That Ken guy made it.
Well, it's sort of frustrating to me because, okay, from Cali Connection.
Ken.
Yeah,
I
you got
wouldn't
it from
know if
Kelly
I had
Connection.
Larry or not. But when
I
you
got it
start
from Kelly
growing,
Connection too. I have
with
mine from Kelly Connection Femmes.
like even I've now grown Gelato 41 and I've grown Runts separately, but I grew like a dozen Gelato 41 crosses where I never grew Gelato 41. Actually, I realized I had smoked it. I knew that taste, but like I remember when I was doing all that, wishing I had grown that variety first and had relationship with that before growing out a dozen crosses with it, because then it was hard to, and then when it was kind of all over and I learned what I learned, I realized, holy shit, Gelato 41 is super dominant and so's Runts, meaning they dominate the cross, where like, oh, they were bred into some really great things that like those things on their own stand, right? But when you crossed it to Gelato 41 or Runts, all that comes out is the Runts, or they're dominant. Like they don't blend 50-50, at least in my experience. Those ones like dominate the cross.
Happy 420.
420.
420.
Except against Mendo Breath. Mendo Breath seems in both of those persons' work got an equal shot. Like you can, when you smoke the finish, you go, oh, it's Mendo. But some of the other ones, faintly you can taste the Star Dog, or you can taste that sour apple, or whatever it is, because all it really is gelato dominant, or even with the Runts dominant.
I see AJ came out with that new Star Dog, version 4 or version 5, whatever the fuck it is.
JJ, he did another release on it. I think it was the Star Dog cross to the purple star, the Corey cross to the purple Star Dog male.
Anyone have any
I
luck
know
with his
it'd
gear?
be controversial, but like someone should make a list of like the breeders that we know are obviously doing like the work, as we refer to it. Like people that, like when they do release something, they tell you that, yeah, they worked on it for 2 years and this is the results, or something like that. Because
I think we could talk about that. I
That's
don't think we have
really,
to hide.
well, there's
No,
only
it's
a few people really doing the work, and they charge the same amount for seeds as the people that don't.
Maybe we should talk about the work. What do we refer to as the work? You know, like
What-
F5, F4, doesn't even matter. Doesn't matter if you ran the cuts like 4 or 5 dozen times. Like what's the work? What's the standard we should establish?
At least running the both the plants enough to know what the fuck you're even selecting from.
what they're gonna do. Yeah.
You mean like try to stress them out, like herm them out type of thing? Like
No.
give them the light
No.
stresses.
I think that's
Just
important.
grow them for a while, like 3, 4, whatever it takes. Like,
Well,
like
come
that
on, we're
relationship.
establishing the standard. Let's do it. Let's not 3 or 4. Let's go 5 times a whole year,
I've done
a
it
whole year on this.
10 years in a row in the desert, the same
Well,
plant, whatever seeds fell.
Something like that. I mean, in today's world, you could probably get it pretty close to a plant in 6 months, 6, 7 months. At least know it before you, like, how do you select if it's just 2 plants that you have in your possession?
How do
And
I
you're
do
not
it? I
popping
can tell
I'm
you.
just,
or
I didn't
1,000
say you.
seeds.
I wasn't saying you. I'm
I
saying
never
that, you know,
I couldn't select shit. So I
Putting in the
summoned them.
work is going through 1,000 seeds and seeing what's in there, and then taking those plants and growing them past the seed, because we all know that the plant changes from seed to the clone from that seed. So you're going to have to run something 3, 4, 5 times to get to understand that, hey, this plant stacks buds this way. This plant puts the trichomes on. This one over here is the sesquiterpene. And then you have to find a male. And then you have to find out what that male's going to pass on. Is it going to pass on potency? Is it going to pass on the terpene profile? Is it going to pass on the bud structure? You know, all this takes time. And to get something and put it out on market, you're looking at 2 to 3 years worth of work if you're really doing it. That's
Yeah.
the work.
and then, yeah, $150, $200, I guess that's worth it, because that's just paying the rent on that project for 2-3 years. I mean, yeah, there's profit in it, but, and you notice the guys that do that work, when they release whatever 100 packs, 1,000 packs, they're sold out like instantaneously. So somehow that is,
Yeah, it was
Well,
hard
people-
to find that pack of Colorado Super Skunk. And the sour Super Skunk I got. Those were really hard to find.
You found a pack of Super Skunk?
I got a pack of JJ's Colorado Super Skunk, which is a collaboration with Duke, kind of. He took the Killuminati, which is his star dog, hit with Duke's basic skunk male. And then he took a male from that and pollinated the Mass Super Skunk. That's the Colorado Super Skunk. And then he took one of his Sour Diesel BX3 males and pollinated the Mass Super Skunk. And that's the Sour Super Skunk. Yeah, I got both of them. I've wanted that Colorado Super Skunk for a while. I heard about that one. I found it, I think I found it just researching about weed when I was like 17, but I've always been really interested in it and wanted to get it.
Yeah, Super Skunk would be a classic for me. That's right in my fucking wheelhouse, shall we say. I love the Super Skunks. And
I haven't been too motivated to have to purchase any seeds in the last year because of all the ones that seem to just end up in my drawer. But if I was, and I kind of regret that, like I didn't, it would have been Hemp Hill's work, any of those.
I should have bought all those pucks.
And I could just see from like memory of like what dank ass shit from like nostalgia days. Yep.
you say puck? Did you say puck, Captain?
Yeah, I would love to buy some of Bob Hemphill's puck crosses. Growing,
I didn't
Lucky
fork
Dogs.
out any money, and those are gone. I guess he's trying to do a second release or something, but I know you don't jump like that's like a concert
Captain,
ticket.
how lucky
sell
were you
out.
to get those seeds, Captain? How did you get
I
those
was
seeds,
out at
Captain?
I was out at the Regen conference in California, and Bob showed up, and that's when he first brought them out. And I should
Way
have
up in
bought
Humboldt.
all 20 packs that he had.
Oh yeah.
But I did get his personal jar of puck that he took to the conference, and I have this project called Death Star, and Sensi Star is one of the main components in it. And Bob Hempill gave me a handful of the Sensi Star that he used in the puck cross.
Very
So
cool.
I have Sensi Star and Sour Diesel both here in Thailand with me. And
Oh, he
that
gave you
both
seeds?
makes up Death Star.
You
Yeah,
got
he gave me a handful of seeds because
Hell yeah. I thought you meant
I didn't
flower.
want the
That's awesome.
female. No, he got his jar of puck flower that he took to the conference.
What
I
does that
wasn't
puck
letting him
smell
leave
like?
with that. It was coming home with me.
I got a couple of puck hybrids.
It's a hash plant. It's like a hash plant.
Okay. I don't think I've ever had pure hash
To
plant
me,
before.
it's more like a Northern Light smell. An
Okay.
NL1.
That's what I'm gonna say. That's right in my wheelhouse. It's skunk,
But when you
super skunk, hash plant, Northern Lights, all
I
that
got
smooth shit.
I got the Hunza Valley 91, which is the puck to the Chem 91 BX3, and I'm popping a bunch of them. I got F2s and F3s, and I wanted to find something more like the hash plant. 'Cause I have some of the chem cuts, but I've never had just pure hash plant before. I've had some hybrids, but I don't know exactly what to go off of looking for. So
Well, at this
I've got
moment, it
Bodie's
would be
hash
what
plant
Bob
here.
Hempfield's working because he's legitimized the lines he's working.
yeah. Yeah, I would have loved to
I
get
do
some of his.
have 2 packs of his here, though. I did bring 2 other packs. I left the puck at home.
Well, I was going to say this, Captain. You know, knowing what you were facing going back to Thailand, you know, when you told me all about it, I really thought, oh yeah, he's gonna go back. His cat is gone, and he'll only be there a few weeks, and he'll be coming back to the U.S. And now I realized with the change and the opportunities there, shit, you might not be coming back for a long ass time.
Yeah.
Was the cat okay?
I mean, the cat comes around once in a while during the day, but during the nighttime, he's gone.
Nice. He's still around then, though? That's good. Hell yeah.
He got some water and food the other day when I was out there to open up the windows.
Is he fatter than shit?
No, he's never been. Well, he was getting fat, but.
Well, I was just saying, because
cut
you
that
said you had to
out.
buy a
Pretty
whole
much.
shitload of cat food.
Well, I left 90 pounds of cat food for 10 months, and December, the first part of December, I got a text telling me my cat was out of food. How the
Yeah, I
hell
remember.
can you run out of food from August 20th to December 10th? There was 90 pounds of cat food.
Yeah, that's a lot. You were
I
saying
think
something about it.
they packed it up into little 1 pound bags, and at the local market they sold it off.
Fatten up the cat.
But the
You
pineapple
order a bag.
field, that beautiful pineapple field next to my house is totally gone. I think there may be a total of 10 pineapple alive in that field. It's all overgrown. It looks like shit. It's really sad. I think I'll have to grow cannabis in it.
And of course, what's illegal there, Captain? Is it the THC itself, or is it the ability to grow THC? So if you pop your seeds, and even though they contain no THC, would you be okay?
No, actually, it has totally changed. The only thing that is illegal with THC are oils and concentrate. Flower is allowed to have THC. Since I live in Thailand for 10 months out of the year, I'm allowed to grow 10 plants, being a foreigner even.
Oh, yeah.
So it's the Wild Wild West.
That's pretty cool.
Well, because ultimately the local police now have been instructed that cannabis plants are not
money. Don't
right.
fuck with our money.
Yeah, so I imagine that, like you say, Wild Wild West. It sounds like it's going to be the Wild Wild East.
And plus, Captain, you think these people can actually distinguish between, you know, your old school Death Star stellar shit versus their, you know,
because it puts them sideways after 2 or 3 hits.
Hell yeah.
It's completely different to them. The cops even look at me when I was smoking because they knew it was possibly cannabis, but they had never smelled any cannabis like that, because how many times does Afghanistan make it to Thailand? So what I did is, because Thailand, I like I was saying earlier, I believe Thailand can help reset with all the fruit flavors here. But I bought 20 packs that have fruit, and I bought 80 packs of gas, earth, chemical, burnt rubber, fuel, terpenes, the stuff that gets you high for 2 or 3 hours, or stoned, we should say. So
Well,
that's what I
plus,
brought to
doesn't
Thailand.
Thailand have like a special terroir? I mean, it has great soil, great the
No, not where I'm
lot.
at. I have a
No,
bunch of red clay. And we have
but
a problem here is a lot of the cornfields and a lot of the rice fields have been hit so many years with chemical fertilizers and chemical pesticides that it would take 2 to 3 years of growing hemp to even get the soil to be able to be used.
but all right. So, but if you grew it in soil, good soil, which you could source, doesn't the sun and the environment and all the rest of that like grow great cannabis?
Oh yeah, you give it the right amendments, and it doesn't take a lot to grow here. As far if you use, using natural amendments in your soil, and you can get away from the, bottles or bags or whatever.
Well, so is there like gardening centers where you can buy like bagged soil of, decent to good soil?
Yeah, they're up here in the north, especially, but flowers in Thailand are really popular for people to grow. So you can go out and buy that soil. You can go out and buy all the amendments and everything like that. We've got banana trees here. Banana trees, you can make ferments and get your potassium that way. So, there's a lot of that KNF farming that can be used. But just in Thailand, it's taken the easy way of just throwing salts on it for the past 30, 40 years.
Now there
Just
hasn't
like America.
been like hydro stores haven't been a thing, but now wouldn't that be an opportunity? I mean, picks and shovels is always
Actually, there's some big stores. There's not a lot of little stores. What they have is they like to group the stores together. But there are some hydro stores here. But, the plastic bags you can buy at the local flower market here in town, and they're dirt cheap. There's a guy that sells peat moss there, perlite, worm.
Well, I imagine though, like all the big products are looking at this change in Thailand as opportunity to get penetration and possible market share, right?
Well, the whole thing is they would have to produce something here, because to get it imported would be so many different pieces of paper because of being chemicals, even if it was organic. And then you're talking like almost a 25% tax as far as coming into the country. So, it's kind of not cost
Well,
effective.
then the play would be to take one of those
that's
companies.
one of my ideas is
produce the stuff over there cheap and then distribute it the rest of the world.
Yeah, I've got that. That's what I'm working on. I'm working on a pot here that you can put outside and kind of just if it's really easy, the Thai people will do it. If it's really hard, then they'll shy away from it.
Well, isn't that
so
earth
make
pot?
something easy? Well, an earth box, you have to build it. I've got ideas and I've got nutrient lines that I can use stuff that, you know, are byproducts here in Thailand to make.
Yeah.
And no one's
Well,
doing that right now. So
are
there is a
totes
market
like
for it.
are common there as they are here, where you can go to like any of these
Yes.
box stores and buy
Yes.
cheap totes? Yeah,
Yes.
I figure they're probably made there.
Pretty much everything in the United States I can buy here cheaper. Period.
Hell yeah.
Except for horseradish sauce and maple syrup. Maple syrup is like $20, $25 a bottle for like 12 ounces.
Oh shit, there might be a market there, Captain. We'll have to talk. I'll do some calculations.
Yeah. I'll send
Well, I
you,
can't
I'll send you
wait.
squares of paper.
I can't wait for some like authentic like Thai weed to surface in the United States from all this change, which will probably take a while, but I'm sure
Well, we should
they're
ask
still
Captain
growing
what he
that.
considers about the local
I
smoke.
gave out 1,000 seeds. So hopefully Johnny Caniseed's got a couple sprouted already.
Yeah, well, I think
I know
you need to
they're- I
grow
know they're
Thai
good,
weed
viable
in
seeds.
Thailand. I grew this Thai plant and on my patio, like, I don't know, 15 years ago. It got 25 feet tall. The thing was
Damn.
like this massive fucking hugest thing. And I finally cut it down because it was way late in the season. It was raining already. And I don't know about days, but it never really. Oh, I could smell that little Thai on it. There were spriggly buds, but like, yeah, it didn't really. But it was Thai weed. I could tell you that. It was a Thai strain that it was the tallest plant. I had converted this ladder and had all these crazy, I had to build like a thing to hold it up. I have
Captain,
pictures of it.
how long did it take you to find good cannabis? And did you even find good cannabis in Thailand?
Yes, hit and miss. I do not like the lemon terpenes, so I kind of shy away from them. I found the lime terpenes. I enjoyed those. Out of Nang Khai, which is about an 8-hour bus ride from here, I found a very psychedelic high. I literally broke 2 glass bowls in 10 days. And I just dropped them because I was staring up into space like I was tripping.
Yes.
I like that.
So, you know, I found some, but, you know, it was really hard here in the north because a lot of it is picked early because they don't want the rain to come.
And
they understand if the rain comes, it's going to rot.
Would you say a large percentage would be in a land race, or do you think the European genetics and American genetics have penetrated their crops?
No, they haven't penetrated the crops yet. No,
so it would be
everything up here is
heirloom
still
land races
good.
there. Heirloom
Correct.
land races, right on, man, right fucking on, dude.
Correct. That's why when I was giving away the seeds, I told people, you know, it's a pheno hunt. It's a geno hunt. You know, all these seeds came out of this one batch. You know, you can find, I can't tell you because when I got the weed, of course it was old and made into a brick. Everything is bricked here for shipping. But, you know, I couldn't tell. I don't have the taste. I can't tell you exactly what taste. So it was like, you know, it's going to be a fruit taste. It's going to be a lemon. It's going to be a floral. And it's going to be 140 to 160 days. I also gave out some Lao times Thai. I gave out some Cambodian that I think grown, you know, indoors would produce really good cannabis.
But now that this law changed and you start getting around out and about, you're going to be able to network with people that for all these other years were too low pro. Yeah. So.
Yeah, just like any outlaw.
Yeah. Well,
we don't
even
talk
with this
about
law
it,
change,
and now they want to.
Some of those
Now they
people
want
probably don't trust it enough to like change. They'll probably still stay. You know.
Oh no! To get in to see any of the really good gardens, you have to be introduced, and you better go with the Thai people. You don't go with other Westerners. You better, and the best thing is to have a Thai girlfriend with you.
Well, I imagine there's this massive influx of Westerners over there in the last few weeks. This all happened in the last few weeks, right? Like, so people are over there trying to capitalize.
Well, they've been trying to capitalize since they had medical here in 2018. So ever since they've had medical here, even a couple years before that, there were Westerners here from California and, you know, from Europe, and they filled in the early spots, the good spots. Like I was telling you, Jaime's deals $500,000 for him, and he's got part of the company. So, you know, him bringing his CBD cannatonic, which is also a THC strain, but, you know, that put him in a perfect position. And he was growing in 2018 at the university, 20 minutes from me here. So, you know, a lot of people were already in position by the time I left. And what's going to happen is just like in the United States, all these businesses are going to pop up and then they're going to go bust really quick.
Well, and it sounds like they haven't passed all the other laws like DUI laws, or can you smoke and be fired from your job, or how all that stuff plays out. Which
no, they probably won't. They probably won't do the drug testing like that, unless you're in a high security job
or heavy equipment or something.
The people won't go for it. The people won't go for it.
Well, it must be interesting times being there with this change, like from your perspective.
It's
like,
exciting as hell.
Yeah.
You know, because I came and I was thinking that, you know, I was just going to come back to CBD, and finally being able to smoke flower with a permit. And all of a sudden, within like 3 weeks, that changed. But that's Thailand. Things can change week by week. You know, something is stuck, and then all of a sudden something is done. And, you know, the laws change the following week. And you're like, wow.
And this is the king.
All it took was money.
The king did
no.
The king.
The king has nothing to do with running the country. Period.
Oh,
he is
like
a head figure, and that is it.
Yeah.
They have a democratic offices, supposedly, but you have to understand it's still been under military control as in a coup ever since 2014. So it's been under military control, and what they did is they gave the Thai people THC to make them happy, so they'd forget about the elections coming up. Because the people in power don't want to give up power.
Is there like polls that show that this is like overwhelmingly popular? Is that what's happened?
Yeah.
Like the people demanded this?
Everybody wants it because they think they all can make a little bit of money off of it, or they just won't. It's another freedom that they get. Just like we did, you know, when we got medical, it was a freedom finally. Because now we could go get a medical card and not be prosecuted for a plant, for flower. And they look at it the
All
same
my
way.
planet, unique.
Well, and like Amsterdam has seen better days. Their government's conservative, and the coffee shop experience is not what it used to be. Like Barcelona's kind of got a scene going, but as far as like world tourism is, Thailand's like, looks like, you know, they have enough history and culture with it. And like you say, Australia and other people from other parts of the world travel there, and
They get 40, 50 million people before COVID tourism.
and
40 to
cannabis
50 million people a year. And they may get 4 million people this year.
like any tourist place I've ever traveled, like within hours of being there, somebody was made sure that you knew you could buy weed, whether it was whatever. I didn't do a lot of traveling, but weed's everywhere.
Weed in Thailand was hard to get in 2015. You basically had to go to like reggae bars and buy it that way.
Well, what
In
kind of
Phnom
prosecution were
Penh
they
and
facing, Captain? Well, it was severe, wasn't it?
Jail, yeah, long time. Like forget about you type.
Yeah, so tourist people didn't like, yeah, if you went to Thailand, you didn't even bother trying to smoke, right? You just enjoyed being there and got drunk.
Well, like going anywhere, you know, I've traveled the world and I've been able to find cannabis everywhere, or at least hash. Germany was hard to find flower, but I found plenty of hash. But, you know, you're going to find out, you're going to go to a bar, you're going to ask someone eventually, and then you'll find out, just like here in Thailand, that you go to the reggae bars. The reggae bars, you can find someone around there to sell you a little bit of cannabis, usually at a very exorbitant price. We're talking upwards of $60 for like 12, 14 grams. But you go to Cambodia and it turns out to be like, you know, 90 cents a gram. You go to Laos and you can buy, during harvest season in Laos, you can buy a kilo for 600 baht, like 18 US dollars, 17 US dollars.
What
per
other
kilo.
country
How
in the
is it?
region you think will be next to like change? Not the Philippines.
No, I have no idea.
Somebody's going to look at it and think, well, we got to get in on it.
Maybe Vietnam, actually, because Vietnam has another big tourism industry. And if I had it all to do again, I would probably have moved to Vietnam from the beginning.
Yeah, but isn't Thailand like
Because they
way
do-
more beautiful, like the landscape or the whole culture than Vietnam?
Well, no, you have southern Vietnam, which is basically all the way equal. The Mekong Delta in southern Vietnam is as far south as most southern part of Cambodia. So
I realize,
Vietnam's
like,
a very, very long coastal country. So you
My-
have a lot of beaches.
My vision of Vietnam is strictly comes from Apocalypse Now. So all I think of is jungles and weird shit like that.
Yeah, no. No, it's beautiful. It's all beautiful, bud. You gotta come.
I'll get there eventually. I have a passport ready to go. I just, yeah, I don't know.
Well, next month, you shouldn't even have to apply for a QR code. You should be able just to fly in, visa on arrival for 30 days.
Well, wherever I
Come
go,
spend 2 weeks.
30 days. Yeah, 2 weeks is like max. Like, like when you're a grower,
Yeah.
even to pull that off is fucking stretching it. But you got to
And you're
live.
in San
Otherwise,
Diego.
what's the point?
If you Exactly. You live in San Diego. You may have to go up to LA, but I'm sure you can grab a direct flight from LA to Bangkok.
Yeah.
It'd only be like probably 14 hours for you.
Well, I don't think it'll be long before the
27 it took me.
Go in an opposite direction and start having competitive fares, because what happens is when they raise the fares, then they need everyone on the flight for it to be profitable. So when they raise fares, then they only get smaller amount of people on the plane, and then they start losing money.
No, what they did is they cut the number of planes, like even to come to Chiang Rai. We have 7 different airlines that fly into Chiang Rai, and you can only get 6 planes into Chiang Rai now. Before we had 18 to 28 a day.
Damn.
You get 6 a day now. I had to wait the following day. I got in the morning and I couldn't get a flight because they restricted the number of flights. And the same way getting here, they cut the number of flights. So all the flights now are like 90% booked. Because I couldn't fly through Tokyo. I had to fly through India, and I'll never do that again. If you have an e-vape, if you have a Dr. Dabber or Puffco brand new, they'll confiscate it. If you have lighters in your check-on luggage, they'll even confiscate those. They'll even pull you out of the line getting onto the airport to come check your luggage at customs for that.
God damn.
Hey, I couldn't they were
that was a heart attack.
pretty hot at Dodger Stadium,
I bet.
and they were trying to take every lighter from people, because like the whole place is a non-smoking facility. So when you put your stuff through the thing, and they saw a lighter, they were like, "Oh, you can't take that in," or whatever. And yeah, no one had a lighter in the show. Like it sucked. We
Matches.
ended up having one, but then every 5 minutes somebody would ask you for a light because like they got theirs taken away. That's a warning to you, Eagle. Make sure your lighter's hidden.
Bring a pack of candles. Bring some candles. Light up the candles and pass them around.
No, it's at Pine Knob. It's outdoors.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm probably sure that it's not one of these California non-smoking facilities. So there's not like, oh, smoke over here. No, they've decided to make the whole facility non-smoking. A lot of events that are at all these big the big event places. Yep. So they can say even in the parking lot you can't smoke because it's a so yeah. Not that they enforce it that much usually, but fuck at Dodger Stadium, they were taking lighters from everyone.
Damn.
Hopefully someone found them all in the dumpster. Look at this collection of lighters. Score.
Exactly. Sell them on eBay. Fucking.
They got 9 brand new full-size Bics for me. I know the problem coming through Tokyo.
How I kept mine is I pretended to throw it away and I cupped it and then just started walking. And then the next thing you know, the ticket taker guy yelled ahead to the security guard to stop me. So they stopped me. And then the guy's like, what happened? I'm like, I don't know. I threw it away. He says, what? I said, they made me throw my lighter away. And he's like, oh, all right, go. And got away with it. There was no way I was giving up my lighter. Fuck that.
Yeah.
You guys don't hide it in the best place to hide it?
Where's Zach Greenfingers?
It used to be you would think to hide things, but in the last so many years, they don't really trip on stuff at most places.
Fingers, keister, and lighters and shit.
Lighters. No booth. No booth.
Well, I guess that's why it's good to have those mini lighters once in a while, right?
Yeah, the mini ones, the button gets stuck and you stick it in there, and then all the gas goes up inside your butt, and you just fire a lighter, and then it's like whatever. Farted out a lighter.
Now, how do we get into it up your butt? Like, it's never that serious.
I don't know.
Springs
So we gotta have a lighter. They call me Greenfingers, but sometimes brown fingers. Just kidding. Just kidding.
I wonder how much you're kidding.
I know, me too. I hope they think this is fucking true when I say
Don't
just
you
kidding.
got a dick pipe?
Dick pipe.
Yeah.
He only smokes it off screen now.
So it's green fingers, little spoon, piece of meat, butt finger.
You read yeah. That's my.
What happened to little dick energy?
That was fucking before my time. I mean, I didn't see that video until after I did that. I was like, what the hell? I should have put little dick energy. God damn. Little
Now,
dab.
Captain, remember when you would go to these temples? Do you think, like, now when you go to them, you're going to be able to smoke a joint outside, like in the park around it, or they'll still ban it from there? Or
Wait a second.
Or what?
Eagle, you still had those shows up. Why don't you watch me smoking when I was there the first time? That was
Because no one was there. It was only you, wasn't it? Is it? Are they?
Yeah, it was COVID.
The monks were there.
They were there. There was people there. I saw some.
The only one that was closed was the White Temple, and that's the one that I sat out front on the park bench with the guy that looked like a samurai that was done up with the pieces of mirror, different colored mirror armor. I sat there and smoked a joint with him. The Blue Temple, I sat back and they had a smoking area back by the bathrooms because I asked it, but they had a smoking area. And then the Black Temple, I sat out with the river or the field and the river behind me at the Black Temple or the Black House. So yeah, I've actually smoked at all three temples here.
Back in the day, pre-legalization.
Exactly. And I'm actually going out and buying a new camera because I've got to start doing some more. And I'm doing, I'm going to go to some coffee plantations, some of the chili farmers that have popped up in the area that are Westerners that are growing like 30, 40, 50 kinds of chilies and shit like that here as a business. A hobby.
You imagine that maybe
going
the
to
monks,
see other type of flowers.
some of those monks in their they're hundreds of years old, the monasteries and stuff. Man, they probably have the like genetics from way back and the best of the best because they got the discipline. If they're all into growing weed, I bet you the monks got the best shit.
They have to. They never say shit. They just sit there quiet all the time. In deep meditation.
Man, I had to fucking redo my mic, man. You guys were talking earlier, man. I come in a couple of times. trying to fucking come in and talk and shit. My fucking mic wasn't working. I had to fucking unplug it, re-fucking set it and shit.
You know, when I first joined, you were really, really quiet.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, it was I actually used my headphone mic at one point. And then in chat they were saying you're muted because I guess martial artists could see me like mouthing. I started looking into it and realized none of my shit was working. Fuck. So cheers to you if you didn't hear me. Cheers to meaulflower, who's been very quiet. Cheers, brother.
Good morning. I'm stuck in a trim bin, so
It's a good place to be.
yeah, on a Monday morning.
What you trimming up, man?
Some Tin Mints gelato.
Shit.
From it's Jinx Fruits, it's fire. It's it or whatever. Real Tin Mints.
And how's the terps?
Tin Mints, real minty.
Minty.
With that little kind of gelato-y, but not.
Candiness?
Yeah, just it's more to the Tin Mints, this one. It's not my favorite. Will do. I prefer there's a strawberry kind of other pheno of its fire that kind of just has the mint at the very, very end of the strawberry, which is absolutely it's got that little bit of cream from the gelato. It's like it's beautiful.
Damn, Jinx proof.
So I still have another 9-pound hammer to go from Jinx Proof and one Amy's Aces.
Going
These
for
are
2-pack.
nearly 20 days hanging.
So let's hear about Amy Aces.
My Amy's Aces is some cantaloupe melon with a kind of a Stilton cheese at the end of it, kind of burn your eyes. So it's real melony, like cantaloupe melon, the smell, and then it's got a foul, like burn your eyes type of herb to it. That's all I can say. Like, I mean, it's beautifully foul, I should say. I mean, like amazing. Yellow. Yeah. Very impressed with the Amy's Ace. Very, very impressed. I got
I'm
3
cracked.
fingers. I was 16. So I got.
I'm cracking them tomorrow or soon, any minute. Move to the front of the line.
I'm running through 2 packs of 9-pound right now, man. Hopefully I get a couple good ones.
Happy hunting.
Hey, Greenfingers, I'm going to send you a couple because there's a lot in here.
Hell yeah. There's a lot in there.
You want to grow some too, right?
Yes, sir. What are we growing?
All right. Amy Aces.
Oh, hell yeah.
House
Okay.
strain.
I've been trying to get that little lady in my
I'm
garden.
going to send it to you tomorrow.
Sick. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get Amy Aces in my garden soon too, believe it or not. Hopefully Tyler watches this. You got my Addy there, buddy. Hit me up.
Yeah, don't trip. I always do it when I say. Like I say, I got to get creative. I can't. It's not the United States priority mail. I got to get a little creative, right? Which you'll be surprised. I'm good at creative.
Get a courier pigeon.
I do
That would be creative.
That would be sick to get a free
Hell yeah, it
pigeon.
would. Like a golden eagle or something.
And the package.
You know, dog, that's a great idea, dude. The old school technology with pigeons.
Fuck
Man, you
yeah.
could deliver a
Take
lot
the
of
time
stuff.
to train your own pigeon too, and like put the love into doing that, and send them the seed. It'll probably bless them in a way.
Or you could drop them somewhere and then they'll fucking seeds will grow somewhere just
Yeah,
in the
just
middle
train
of
the
nowhere.
bird to do that.
You'd be like, oh shit, look at all this weed on a
I
hike.
bet we could do that, man. I bet we could train birds to seed, so we didn't need like
Yeah,
heavy tractor
they can
equipment.
only carry a certain weight, pigeons.
Yeah.
It used
Plus
to
a
be
lot of
for-
seed.
That's why you need a lot of pigeons.
Or put them on
But
steroids, bro.
those honing pigeons can go
They
like
have been tried already and
100
tested,
miles.
don't worry. For delivery service.
Steroid pigeons, they can fly
Yeah,
out
they're-
twice as much.
Yeah.
Shit.
You can only send a small weight with them. You know, or
Why
else
do
you
you
put
look at my
them on.
birds now? Fuck. I got pigeons in my garage. Oh, that's what I call
Well,
it.
I'm pretty sure that if pigeons can be used in the cannabis business, Mike Tyson will do it because he's in the cannabis business for real and no joke. And he's a pigeon guy from fucking way back.
Mm-hmm.
Could be useful. And their shells and their bodies. You can make bone meal from the bones after they die.
To
All kinds of
me, he's like the best example, really is, of like cannabis, or not just cannabis, psychedelics, cannabis, or whatever. You could say drugs, but he's not into drugs, just those things. How it really changed somebody who was like, you know, angry and, you know, a certain person.
I was watching
and
some
then
shit on that cat
It's a
today,
man,
man,
too,
when
man.
he was fighting when he was fucking 12, 190 fucking pounds. And they
Yeah,
were
and
passing him off at
his whole
fucking
life,
17
his whole
rows.
life story. And unlike other celebrities, you know, that are just cannabis spokespeople or whatever. No, that dude, he's for real, dude. Like out of people alive that I'd be like, yeah, hang out and smoke weed with, and that he'd be the guy, dude. He's cool as fuck. And I never would think I'd say that. Like, I was a fan of his boxing and followed him. I thought he was, yeah, I mean, he was definitely a different person than he is now. And like he says, it's all because of cannabis and mushrooms and all this other shit.
Toad.
Hell yeah.
That toad fucking poison. Scrape it off that glass and fucking ooh.
Psychedelic saved my life, man.
Ooh, you can only go so far when it's like a trip, you know, without losing your. That's the trip.
I'd send you some, but I only have that left. That's the real toad shit right there, man.
Oh, that is beautiful. Yeah, it is. It's all yellow. That's the first time I had it was at a rainbow family gathering, and it was the toad. It was yellow, made from the toad like that. That's awesome.
It's like my emergency lift off.
That's
like, until I
awesome.
get some more, I won't hit this until I get, and it's hard. There's a lot of this other kind out there, which is fine.
Yeah.
But
I've had it from mimosa, and I've had it made from acacia confusa. I've had when you make it, like you can separate it because you got to set the part of the purification process is getting out the NMT, and that's what'll make like the high longer. And I've tried the NMT also, like I've had the isolated DMT pretty pure, and then I've got to try the NMT, and the DMT just by itself is only like 5, maybe 10 minutes long, but even on like a heavy dose, it'd be gone in like 5 minutes. But the NMT was a lot longer. It wasn't as intense, but it's really, really interesting. It was like a reddish, orangish oil. It's really cool.
well, I get Hamilton's position where he's trying to say that the frog venom DMT is really no different than the plant-based, mainly for the survival of the species of frogs, which is under pressure
and
Yeah.
almost extinct due to this phenomenon and all that. But my experience, there's no comparison. And like, okay, but I get why he says that, because that he influences a lot of people that maybe will help the frog survive this. But
I haven't
or the
tried
toad.
the, I haven't tried it from the
Yeah,
toad enough
toad,
times to really have an opinion on that. The one time I did try it too, I didn't, it was the first time doing it, and I probably could have done a little more. It was a powerful experience, but so the experiences I had after that were like much better though, and I think it was just because I had enough to do the right dose. But
And actually, if it's good to begin with, just for like light change of headspace, those DMT cartridges that work on an e-cigarette battery, those are pretty cool too. Like it's not, like I say, it's more like a head change.
I've never got
It's
a
not-
breakthrough on them. I've never
Yeah,
broke
well, it's
through on
not
a car.
it's not about that. Like, yeah,
I've never
once you
tried
accept
them.
that's not really, I don't care if you hit the
I've
thing
done what
20
you're talking
times.
about though. I've like taken just one or maybe two small hits of it. Just I used to, like, before I had like a dab rig and way to take a nice low temp dab, I would just rip a pop can or get some really thick kind of aluminum foil, which is probably not a good way to do it, but you got to do it at a low temperature. And I would just take one or two hits of it and, like you're saying, get into a different headspace. 'Cause it's really interesting. I was always really interested in DMT when I heard about it. It was just really intriguing to me. I haven't
Yeah,
done it a whole lot of times.
it's
So
it's
I have other things.
yeah. I mean, there's a common experience, sort of, it seems. But
That intrigues me
man,
also. People, like a lot of people.
I can't even begin to describe it. So like, oh, acid mushrooms, I can describe that, but not DMT's too fucking out there, man.
What's the shit that makes everybody see lamb? The DMT?
See what?
Lamb? The character
Oh.
that's in Lamb.
Oh, I mean the aliens? Or
the alien guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's pretty common across all high doses of psychedelics. There seems to be a certain amount of people that experience aliens at some level. DMT, a lot of experiences like that. Like, to be honest, yeah, like after a really good DMT where you like are checking out these, I guess, alien vibe or whatever it is, and then you don't have a question whether there's aliens anymore. You don't need the government to say yay or nay or pictures. You just know already. That's too real. Even though it's like in your imagination, but you're already like, I'm not a person that believes too much on that. But then in that experience, it was like if I was like intimate with it. It was weird. It was like no more doubt, because it was like intimate. Like in my, but okay, was that just all my imagination or my own head? The drug, I don't know. No, it's pretty trippy. It's hard to explain.
Fuck yeah. One of the craziest experiences I had, I just like, I swear, man, it was like my wife was there to kind of corroborate it, and it tripped her out too. But I felt like I could see a couple seconds into the future and know what was going to happen before it happened. And we were watching these movies we'd never seen before, and I was using the movie to demonstrate it. And I don't know if I was just high using like, can't think of the word, but I don't know if I was just paying attention to things and my subconscious was really hyperactive, but I was doing it and it was really weird. It tripped me the fuck out. I never had anything like that happen since. Doesn't sound like much when I explain it, but I've had some pretty intense experiences, and that one's always stuck with me. It was just really fucking out there. So I had a sober person that kind of, I also freaked out when I was doing it. So it was really cool and kind of weird.
Crickets.
Cricket.
The fuck you smoking on over there, Major? And I
Oh, yeah.
haven't seen you so quiet. You guys
Why do you
smoking
go
on. It's
quiet?
got you so quiet tonight.
Exactly.
I'm smoking on a mixed bag. It's marked mix, so there's a when you always mix your cannabinoids and your terpene profiles, man, you always get chewed up. At least I do. So, and everyone I pick, I smell. So if it doesn't have good terps, it doesn't eliminate that one. I just pick all the good ones. Usually in the mixed bags, it's just like after you pick your primo buds, your grade A's, you go back and get your grade B's, and that's why I just mix it all up. I don't bother separating any cultivars or anything. It's just like grab it, bag it, tag it, get the fuck out. And yeah, I do enjoy the mixed bags. So they're usually, like I said, the best highs are the mixed buds. I think you can almost have the best weed and smoke it all the time, and you won't appreciate that much, right? Your body almost builds up immunity to that same profile, but you switch it up to a different, varietal, and you'll be just,
So it's
feel like
nice to see what ones go together with one. If you ever wanted to cross them, I find, you know what I mean? It's that little seeing what would go with one another. Complement more than.
Yep. Yeah, that's all.
As you say, like the gelato will always stay the gelato, runts will stay the runts, and as in the Geno pool is going to stay more to the dominant, that flavor. Trying to get the two flavors, that 50-50 mix in a cultivar is sometimes hard. They get them both to kind of sync.
For sure. But when you're playing with a lot of same genetics, I think it's a lot easier, especially with all these runts and gelatos and Zetos crosses. A lot of us getting pretty uniform, and yeah, it's cool. So-called bottlenecking, but there's a lot of varieties out there that I'm not too concerned about that. Still a lot of seeds to pop.
The mixture of weed, it's nice when you just and you just grab a couple of buds out and it's like, see how this goes. When there's 3 or 4 different flavors in the one.
Yeah, and of course, like the high is always the best too. That's the the key element for me anyways is always a feeling. I can have, if it's good flavor weed, it might stick around, but if it doesn't get me to where I want to be, it doesn't meet the standards and has to be eliminated or crossed out. Usually something that has the good terps, I'll try to cross it out with a little, one of my kosher kush old studs and try to bring out some
Effect, taste, and trimmability, top 3.
You cut out there a bit, Eagle. What was that?
My determining factors are effect, taste, and trimmability. That's my checklist.
That's where I heard the word cock ring.
Oh my God.
Did you not hear me? You did not hear cock ring. At no point in cock ring was that.
I swear that's what you said. That he's like, could you
my choice, how I choose my fucking strains are by effect, taste, and trimmability.
Why did I
3 top factors on these days or not.
That's crazy.
Right. I like those standards. Those sounds pretty kick-ass to me. And most of my selection is done by Mother Nature, so I'm more of a little bit of natural selection there. But if the structure isn't there, that's where my artificial selection will come through and be like, yeah, well, that one may have made the season, but that one doesn't have the terps. So that one, let's axe it out. It's always hard to kill a plant though, especially when it's
Greenfingers. So that's your Amy Aces.
Okay.
And then there's two of those in there. You get it?
Yep.
There are the seeds, and then there's those.
Mm.
One at a time. One at a time.
Yeah.
Trust
me.
me.
He can take the whole thing.
One, not both at the same time. Don't do that. You could,
I stick
but
in the whole? Never mind.
I actually have been enjoying half of one of those. Like I maybe did this particular one like 6 times over the last year, and 5 of those were half and was perfect. One time was a whole. It was perfect, but like half was good. I'll just say that.
Yeah, I started off by holding 3 gel tab black pyramids, 3 gel tab pyramids, and I was outside of my friend's house waiting for him at the weed man's house down the street, and I was like, started sweating, and I was like rubbing my face and started hallucinating, and I'm going, what the fuck I'm tripping on, and then like looked at my hand, I was like, fuck, put it in my pocket, and then yeah, then took some a half hour later, but by then I was already hallucinating, like bad, like tripping, everything was melting.
Hell yeah.
Best time of my life. 13 years old.
Fuck yeah.
Well, I'm sure Captain has a lot to say. That's one thing me and Captain had in common. We're both psychedelic warriors, or yeah, that's what we are.
Yeah. And then I did mushrooms like a week later, and yeah. Fucking good shit. Summer vacation. Best shit ever.
Hell yeah.
Actually, yeah, I didn't know if it was 2 nights ago or last night. It was last night. I took a half a hit last night. Yeah. It was already like post drums of the show. I was going to take it at the beginning of the show on the stream, but I forgot. And then at the drums, I'm like, oh. And it kind of hit me when the show was over. Actually, I was watching Eagle on the Weed Nerd World and was tripping. That's why I didn't call in or anything. I was too high. I wasn't too high. I just was in a good space watching.
Yeah, it's been years since I've been to that town.
Oh no, you gotta cleanse your head out every so often on one form or another, whether it's this, that, or the other.
Oh, I did some mushrooms not so long ago, but not that.
Oh, and then that's it's
the Sid.
You know,
Sydney.
They all
She
like.
is.
Sometimes I've gone periods of time where I didn't like Sid. I was more into shrooms. There's times I didn't like either of those for a while because it was the high was too long, and then I like DMT, but pretty regularly I like to, like, at least once a month. Most of the time at shows, like I always trip at shows, like every show. That's like part of it.
Can you see the music?
Yeah, I don't drink. I smoke weed and trip. That's it. And a lot of times, little amounts. I'm not trying to go fucking to the moon. I did that. If there was the vibe is right, okay, let's go. Not like it. But most time I like just enough to be right in the pocket.
Yeah, you don't want to be like too destroyed where you need a caretaker.
Yeah. Well, shrooms, it's a bummer because I love shrooms, but if I get too high on them, I get super paranoid, like so paranoid. Like one time at the show, I swear I thought this guy must have been a cop in front of me because I could see the bulge of his gun behind his shirt. And I was so high that and I was tripping with my wife. I'm like, dude, that dude's a cop. She's like, what? And then I like pretended to bump into him and like felt his back. Oh, there wasn't a gun or anything. Like I was just tripping. And then this other time I called my house sitter like in the middle of the show and was like, dude, you better leave. Something's about to happen. He's like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? I'm like, I don't know, dude. I got a feeling. Right. And yeah, I got this super, like nothing ever got, cocaine used to get me like that for sure. But I don't do that shit no more. But mushrooms twice got me so
Wow.
paranoid that I was delusionally thinking something was happening.
I've never had that happen from mushrooms or LSD. I've gotten really paranoid on the N bombs, the 2,5-I, NBOMB, the Shulgin chemicals. Those I've gotten like weird paranoid trips taking them, but that would be
And I find it really hard that cannabis at all could make somebody paranoid. But people I know for a long time, I know them, and they did smoke cannabis at times, but then don't, because it gets them paranoid, like, which cannabis, that would be the opposite. Like, even if you were paranoid, you smoke some weed, you take that away. But some people get paranoid from it, which I have a hard time relating to, because like I can't see the correlation in my own life. I can see it with other drugs, but not cannabis. But
I freaked out.
I have two friends that, they get paranoid.
I have
Off of
panic
weed.
attacks on weed. I have panic attacks on weed, on the weed that I've been growing my own weed for so long. I've been, fuck, every time I smoke my shit, I get panic attacks. Start breaking my blinds, looking out the windows. Like, nobody's out there. Nothing's out there. Nobody's out there. Fucking too narrow leaf. Too much narrow leaf. Dominant. Too fucking paranoid. And I start panicking. For no reason. Literally. No fucking reason. It's funny. It's not funny, but take over. Fuck.
I'm gonna crash, guys. It was nice hanging out.
Night, Dawg Daze.
Take it easy. I'll see y'all around. Thanks for having me here.
Peace out, dog.
Have a good one. Later.
Man. I got ants everywhere. The ants have invaded my house.
They're looking for water.
No, they're looking for fucking everything. They're everywhere, bro.
Wow.
You noticed them. They were all over this napkin, the paper towel. I went to blow my nose in, and ants are all over my face. No, they are looking for water, though. My dog's water dish is full of them. I had to wash it out 3 times. Fucking crazy. First time I've seen that in my life. Like, what the fuck? There's thousands of ants in my dog's water dish.
You like chocolates?
Chocolate?
Everything I'm showing you, I'm putting in your pile. This is your
Seriously?
pile over here.
Holy shit, you've been showing all kinds of shit.
Yeah, if I get it together tonight, then it'll be easier.
I was just like watching you do
When
stuff
I
or
know that
something.
I'm gonna go run errands tomorrow, if I put it together now, it will go. If I like wait till tomorrow to do it at the last minute, I'll be like, oh no, I'll do it another time. And I told you, because wait, I haven't seen you with any of these Mylars from the dispensary, right? You're staying away from there?
I haven't had any for a while.
Good.
I had some pink rose from a month ago that my mom brought me. I just found it on the table. I didn't even know if she gave it to me. I was like, what the fuck was that? Like,
Well,
what the
wait,
hell?
your mom smokes too, right?
Yeah.
Well, then, so
She
out of
only
like
smoked a little
whatever
bit, but-
package you give her, some she takes some
Yeah, I told
before
her
she
to give
gives
it
it
last
to you.
time. And she's like, yeah, I'll keep some. And then I don't think she ever got any. She forgot to take any for the tree that I cut down because I told her to take some. She never took it. Now that fuck. Like, she doesn't care if it's got seeds. She's like, yeah, I smoke seeded weed. Like, that's what she's used to. And she got panic attacks from that shit too. And I was like, it's that weed. Don't take any of that weed then if you're gonna get panic attacks from it. Shit, too much. I don't know, narrow leaf shit. I never grow dominant. No wide leaf, nothing. No, never.
Because they burn you out, bud, or what do you think?
I go right to bed, dude. Right to sleep. Like literally one hit, and I'm like, I gotta take a nap. Like what? But these other ones that they usually I cut them too early, so I cut them a week early, and now it's too racy. It's like fuck. Usually it puts me to bed too, but if I'm not, this I don't know. I cut it like a week or 2 weeks too early. I didn't have a choice. Like I said before, like somebody says they need rent and you gotta pay the bills. You gotta pay the bills. Like fuck. Like I'll find a way. Got plans to cut. It's the only thing I can do. Barter for that shit. You get it paid. So
You got anything going on in your greenhouse now?
the greenhouse is fucked up right now. I gotta cut the plastic or take the plastic off for like a few months. I got a screen for it, but I just gotta. It's so fucking hot in there, dude. I can't even. The 2 plants that are left are struggling. All of them, the other ones died. They're fucking sucks. I gotta put more seeds now. Just put some supplemental light after so they can grow till February again. And fucking flip them a month later. Get some huge ones like I did. I got some good sized buds from this last one. Last 2 months ago. They go straight haze.
Maybe I'll do cheesecake on.
Just 2 branches. One smoked on already. That was late spears. All the rest were seeds. Thousands of seeds. What the fuck?
Well,
what is that?
These bags that I'm packing up are from the batch, the Banana God male. So yeah, there's some. So each of these varieties, fuck, I better write it down.
Banana God.
There'll be got hit with Banana God pollen, and
hell yeah, you got a good cross there. A bunch of good crosses.
Could be, especially this is the OG that I've had for so long that now there's this amount that has seeds in the bud, but I saved some already. I'm gonna sprout those and see what comes of it.
Nice.
Well, boys, I gotta get going. I gotta water some plants, and of course, I gotta get to work. So we'll see you tonight on the WEedNerdWorld, motherfuckers. Killing auto.
Growing auto.
Grow them both. Shit.
Yo, Major fell out.
He just said bye. He just told us bye.
Really?
Salsa, and then he left.
His autos are thirsty.
Those autos do fuck you up on. They get you tired as fuck. Put them to sleep.
Got some autos go harvest. Oh. Probably a good place to wrap it up, I guess. Wrap it up.
Wrapping it up.
Yeah. All right, I'll sign off. I'll see you guys at the next Weed Nerd convention. And have a good night. And start your week off good.
Fuck, it is Monday, isn't it? Ah, shit.
Yep, you're starting to loop into the weeks. They're starting to loop into each other. I could see it happening.
You go by so fast, man.
Cheers, bud. I need to say bye to you.
Oh, hey. Weekdays go by so fast.
Right. Shoot.
Well, yeah, we should probably wrap it up. Got a couple of things left to do before I fall out. So, yeah.
All right.
Have a good one, Robert, Eagle, chat. Yeah. I'll still be here trimming this time tomorrow morning. Which isn't a bad, it isn't a bad complaint.
No,
That was a good thing.
Actually, yeah. Nice to be putting terps in the jar. Yeah. So yeah, peace out and see you tomorrow morning, boys.
Right on. Thank you for popping in, man.
Thank
Appreciate
you for
it.
keeping company. Yeah. Later.
Man, smoking that Colombian tonight, man. That shit had me stupid.
That what you're eating?
Serious, but
I never see you eating too
Not-
much. You eating back there. I was like, oh shit, he's chewing on something.
yeah, fucking that Colombian, man. That number 5A gets me like super hungry. And then fucking B, man, tonight it just got me fucking stoned. I was good and fucking stoned. Had like having a hard time like recalling high, which I hate, especially when I'm on live and I'm like talking to people and shit, and you're all like, shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that happens to me quite a bit now. Where I'm like, fuck, I wanted to say something. Man, I even said it too. I was like, I wanted to say something, but I don't remember. And then like it just popped to me kind of, but like I struggled so hard to get that memory out, and I was like, fuck. I don't even think it was the right one. I was just like, what was the age that we all started doing psychedelics? Because I couldn't remember what the fuck I was really trying to think. I was like, motherfucker, too high. Felt stupid, but like nobody else knows that that's happening, but I do. That's what sucked. So on that note, memory games, everybody go play some, download some apps where they make you remember shit. You don't use it, you lose it.
Right on.
Fucking getting dumb out here, doing dumb shit. Fuck. Love you, Eagle. Thanks for having us. Have a great morning. Peace.
Love you too, brother. Have a good day. Ned Denver, the ones I've bred lately, if I've sent you seeds, are Columbium F2s. If you guys got the DOA cross, of course, Smileys. Smileys came in this view. This is Smiley's version of the DOA cross. And his was the Jack Skellington to the Columbium, and I bred out the other ones in the vials, which is these little guys right here, and that is the Columbium to the Jack Skellington. So the Columbium male to the Jack Skellington female is the one I bred out there in Denver. Hopefully you got them. Hopefully you guys enjoy them. Please pop them, and then if you could post the pictures from them strains to I guess there's three tags now. You should be hopefully posting them to, of course, the Dank of Anthony, Growing with Eagle, and if you could post them to Found Smiley's Angels as well. That would be too cool if you could do that for us. With that being said, let's get the fuck out of here. I love the fact, I shit you not, that this is in the rock play mix. I'm gonna let it play too, because I like the song. Sub Cool D's House of Dang, Mama Law, Sub 10, Scarecrow 420, Green Thumb Bum, Christina MG89, Unplugged 705, Medical, McGullicuddy, the Rick T, the Rebel, the 9G207, Fabian, Selena, Steve's not here, Tom Spook, Greg Walker, Mendo Dope, T Dog, Dung Beetle, Red Eye Jedi Grows, Mother Nature, Justin Conway, Duckweed, Runboy 7426, Justin Gooder, Stingman, Okie Roy 74, Corey Trevor, Michael Wall, Small Vision 420, Whoosho, Cat Daddy, Taco, Don Slug, Rick S. In the Bushes 827, Jane Simmons, Kevin Hahn, World's Last Hope, Patch Fan 425, Merchant, Dirt Road Dude, Kenneth Sheba, Jose Ramirez, Red Eye Rustler, Deb Got Blunt, Dr. Buzz Lightyear, Acetone 710, Canuck, Kenny Queen, Genetic, Stabby, Tanaze, Fumador, Dirtman Dan, Keith of Black Sales, Mr. Bocilla, Sim Premium Girls, Rasta Bob, Rasta Jeff, Spoiled Root, Small Tubes, Tyler, Frosty Buds, Norm, Michigan, Micro, Ouija Buds, Dub T Grows, Big Jar Grows, JC, Modern Genetics, SoCal Weed Nerd, John Last, PPG 15, Green County Grower, CJ Apple, Perfectly Imperfected, Dollar Tree Grower, T1 Productions, Stank Grower, DOA Grow Med, Smith Snooty Grows, I Grew Some, Johnny Candice, Nutrient Shootouts, Naughty Nicky, Zoe and Slammer, NNY, Pixel Monkey, St. Bernard's Observation Booth, Clover 420, High Spy, Aldridge 25, Miss Madden, T2, Moon, Mo Grower, The Get a Great, Loki Grows, Sussex Guy, Bird 79, Polish Hammer, Midwest, Outlaws 31, Voodoo Ultras, Fresno Nerds, Kelly Connections, Wolverine Grown, Big Jerk Grows, Jimmy One for Life, Layway Back Farmer, D Block, MMP Nations Creations, Amber Lana, Psychedelic, Warlock, LD, Artist LT, Sir Sicky, Rob, Big Day 420, Barrett Window, Big Ed 1961, Manawani, G3, The Green Click, J&K, Triple G, Mrs. Sprinkly, Brittany and Tyler, TC Farms, Hope Farms, Lisa G, John, Beat You Crazy for you, BGW, G420, Dr. Budswell, Purple Thumb, OG, Anthro Sense Media, Anthro, Just Face 420, Beast Ghost Grower, for Slur How, Trey Palone, Keep It Real, Haggerton 420, Sub Zeppelin, Audit Everywhere, BTWD Grows, Bingus, Green Puffin Man, Adams, Boy, Jeff Self Life, School of Crop, Because I Love It, Green Mountain Grower, Southwest Okie, Real 100, 212, Andy Man, Miranda Family Farms, Page Farms, Meaulflower, Ryan Henderson, The Green 13, New Silva Wins, King of Mac, Finance, Indra, Michigan Native, Bear J, Med Garden, Streamer 77, Double D, Bad Bunny, Nutrients, Mr. Green Pots, Mr. Green Nugs, from 619 to 684, Spring, Gruder, Jones and Grove, Pop G Grows, Raz, Amy, Joe Grows, Cass, and Grow From Your Heart podcast, Luna, Green Med, Black, Jeremiah, Miranda, Sony Creek, Lost Art, Missing No One, LG 420, Giant Mike, Prometheus Oil, Jason Ice, on P Win, David Kobe, Mason 662, Scroggy McScroggers in the fourth, the Goddess Gross, Kaylee Burrows, Chad Brad, Family Farms, Paulie P, Kevin Joji, Mike Honcho, Jerry Huggins, UDA, Great Tree Dodger, Kush Cloud, Joshua Seasland, Go Organic Home Buds, Warren Nelson, Cam Wood, Maine Mystic, Show Love Always, Kelly Stone, Texas, OG, Chuck Norris, Sargest, Claire, Fresno, Happy Guy, 311, Mix Up, Kinder Grow, Evergreen Hayes, Just G's, Friend Tree, MMJ, Med, SA Ball, Dragonfly B, Justice Med, Travis Walls, Lucky Mike, Seattle from Chronic Seeds, King Chronic, Titan for Blusco Seed, Django Gas, Wabassa for Life, John Smith, Tommy Dragos, Vogue King, Raz, Pop Little, Soul Roll, Spike Pile, House Green Jr., Matt Steelbird, Into 11, Stephanie B. Shark Pulley 989, Von Brown, Cypher Garner, Joey Y, Bugs 1313, Grower, Painted Lady, Frank Booth, Jay Myers, the Mid, Chad, Mr. Man, D Bag, C, Dr. E, C, Jeff, Starter 911, Dutch Girl 420, Scallywag, Skill Bull 1, Bed Girl 1, Empire Breeding Go for Rolly, Lost Leaf, Liam Mass, Standing Danko, B Bear 7, Ollie Noble, CK Time, Trinidad, Looney Jester, Smoking with Small Town, Tim S, Mr. Lazy, Rafter Grows, Rob, Automation is Freedom, Robert Hazelton, George, Michigan, Quarry, Double Tap Farmers, Mr. Green Thumb, Bum, 420, 808, Rudy Prospects, Cicada Bus Driver, Hayden Life, Kenny 710, Operation Grove, TM, Forward 2696, Root Nuts, Dr. Scrambles, BB Rush, H. Oh, shit. I fucked that up. And I forgot where I was. B Moonrocks, that's where I was. Why ain't this playing? Hey. BB Rocks, where the fuck that is. GHF double J Bio Greens. Self Grower 56, Hanky Stinky 420, OG KP Ganja Nana, Yo Mama, Georgia Joe, Roy Rodriguez, B Growing, Nature's Best Nugs, Killer Beat Rose, Ganja Wizard, Husky Guards, Nut Tree 420, Dr. U, Soil for Life, Build It for Life, Jeff Road 42069, Beaver 698, Dr. Franklin Booty, goddamn, I make Ted's Test, the Rippin' Bad Boy Jack Greenstock, 420, Boom Farm, Charlie Farms 420, Aldridge 25, certified Smileys Gardens. JD's Misty Sun, Smoking Grow, Fraser, Grow, Costi, Twisted Roots, Faded Farm 420, Jeff Dorowski, Genetic Memory Farms, Evolve 420, Cameron, Mr. Bagsy, Jill Carter, Mystic Marks, Mystic Grower, Ginger Snaps, DTE, Gross 8, Rick Wolf, DLB 2372, Ned Denver, Mike Denver, Sergeant Pepper 420, Cannon Trooper, Flying Cat 420, Light It Up Again, Tim, UKSIF 420, Buddha Boy, Devin Shipwreck, Medical, MJ, Buttsville, USA, Resurrection Prophet, Chris Martinez, Dingman Dan, Dingman 420, Red Setter Farms, Good Luck, Jonah B, Cheetah B, Most Hated Grower, the Major General 420 Army, and American One, W Digger 714, Srates, Kenny Olsen, Alex Mountain Skies Ready, Hit That By Chris Marks, Ian Safe, Operating Substance Live, Happy Figure, and Finger Lakes Finest, Rich Patch, Stones, or Moon, Southern BT Groove, Choose Medical, Jerry Bear, Plus One Mushroom, Secret City Pioneers, My Little 10, 2042 Space Walker, Christian, Tree Mom, T. Barrington, Heart, Soul, Homegrown, Mike Bean, Tina Wayne, School, Well, I Day, Galactic Arts, John Smith, Elliptis, My Natural Fire, Pacific Northwest Seeds, Ross Cotton Hall, Coco, Trent, Rita's Juicy Life, 420 Grant Manual, Mary Bond, Sammy Sizzle, 9-inch Colas, Chris Moon, DK Trades, Vision, Greater Guru, Decine Brew, Cannon Nation, JJ Wires, Dan the Indoor Man, Crowley's Homies, Hamilton, Grown, Clip Smoke, Keystone, Cannon Flag, PA, Big High 710, Eugene Greeley, Face Through, Hustle, Fred Darn Carlos, North Arizona Beer Grow 420, No Solid, Jesse White, Guy Saying Yeti, Introvert, Genetic, Social, James Vixen, Robin, Mr. Killer 8, Mo, James Buttercream, C Dub from NorCal, the Pharmacy Seed Network. Deadhead, Smoky 616, Curtis Mayhead, Matt Meyer, and Morte, Rick Heyman, Stephanie Door, and Tennessee Fab carries Kate Mike Rubel, the Drew Bear 420, Maxi 751, Lawrence Gonzalez, old student, slow to get help. There we go. Stu Moon, Popco 719. Bake with Shake, Baby, Old Smoke, PWC, Grown Buds, Lower Wash, Mr. Weed Bloats, Old School Grower, Chad Westport, Hunter, Going Forward, Nugs, My Little Piece of Heaven, Puget Sound Seeds, Glass Grow, Richard P, Rich Crispy, Wannabe, Mr. Soul Food Spectrum, Gone God, Lori Hanson, Real 2,000 Years into this, and Mr. D. Conley, Pimbad, Pip Jam McBody Face. Show me Sasquatch, Puck, Google, and you. I'm going Whale, Canadian Resort, Poultry Farmer, Call Right, Zephyr, Humble Farm, Sandry Farm, Seldom Seen, Old Park Guards, Hell 9782, Skunk Packs, Martial Artist 2012, Michael Slave Hefner, Daniel McDizzle, Medically Fit, KGB, Robert, Mr. Greenfinger, motherfucking Thomas Rancher, Close to Plenty, Monkey Balls, Andrew Chapman, Bobby Lynn, Means, Trench Digger, Mr. Mac, Tony Like Baloney, Bill S. Weed P, Standard Delicious, Minty Country Roots, you're on fire tonight. Earth Creeper, Big Ray 420, TD 101, Bumps and Hanson, Mitchell Club 14, Bearded B-Man, Farm 616, Dollop North, Max Ruben, Ruby, Timothy McKinnon, Neo, Justin Bean, Straconic 88, Fat Belly Real, Jennifer Steele, Kidbus 03, Turk Farmer, Shannon Stevens, Gator Country, Miss Speed, Wolf Scene, Power Saw, Wally Wookie, The Goddess Grows, Ross Bob, White Feather Grows, Burnish Rooms, Chone Grows, Dan, K-Man Grows, BX Gunna 81, Smith Dude Grows, Sean McCann, Jay Monks, Dake Gentle, Walla Candle Grove, Fall Dog, Huron, Kansas Council, List Paris, Rock Fam, Judge, Mick, 420 Bid, Press Growth, Thriving Herbs, High Boy, your mailman grows, we be growing out there, you can go and love with the Plant, Argo American, Smart Poker, Unfrozen Caveman, White Side, Surf Crab, Michael Groom, Jeff Lowenfels, Mobius, Grows, Tank Brownies, and D. Elliott Harkins, Mystic Flavor, The Foraging Gardener, Overwater, Overkill, Seattle Sea, Shadow Warrior, Valley Green 514, Million Jensen, Oz Indica Doctor, MJ Coco, Brandon Russ, Matthew Gates, D's Bag, Sean Sire, Shotgun Willie, Dank Yoda, Jay Simmons, Turbro Grows, Clothes. Pro Grows, Clackamas Scoop, DJ Conley, Aaron the Grower, like 1978, Michigan Grown Buds, Your Boy, Roy Boy, Delta 9, Jay McDaniels, Clackamas 420, Seton Cola, Dylan Sniper, PFC Farms, Husky Garden, Sun Grown 707, J.A. Dro, J420, Cascadia Grows, C. Joe's McGee, 4 Plants, A. We Works, Captain Scroggs, Skunky Buds, Hans Warrior, Jackie Young, Chair Lee Live, McGaster Pantley, Annie N. D. Urge, Green Jr. Leon from All Purpose Plus, Left Smiles 11, Bid Buds, Michael Ross and Plenty, Richard Forbes, David Pimenta, B4 P Funk, Dick T, John Reese, What About Bob, Prince Patty, Dave, Daniel Bergman, Green Puff, Man B. Dung, Lee, James Young, Sarge Groves, 818, John Wade, Carolina Root Sensor, Golden Air, Dana L. Dink, Reno, KNF, Gardens, Blank 1030, Choose One, Only B, Farmer James, Crypto Dope, Richard Lamb, HIP grown, Matt Javreen, Dan Marino's Crack Wonder, Sunrise Grove, Top Floor Genetics, Small Bishop 420, Can2 Cannabis, Jesse Fisher, My Dog Nelly, Rooster Farms, Alex Hardy, Hardy Gear, Benny Cropper, Dan, who grows Florida's Wind Grown Myth, Sunrise Grove, Lexi, Brittany, Coo, Chase, I love you guys more than anything. No Limit 916, Grumpy Toad, Alchemist, and Cantonese, Soulborn Dixon, Roswell, Alex D, Dirty Or Catfish, High Power, Thunder Dan, Propagation Station, John McDaniels, Lisa Marie, Sarge Goes 818, Blade Haley, Pride Piper, Perpetual Eagle Proud Warrior, So Smash for you, Drake, Sada, Dane Duchess, Ito, Kelly Maxwell, Captain 420, Frankie Sada, Steve Fat, what about Bobby Justin, Pop Shrooms, John Dorsey, Jen Doe, Mr. Dungeon, Gangsta, THC, 4 PTSET, Barrington, Hudson Grove, Swap Clap, Pilero, Canabinka, Best of Because, Then Doe, Mr. Manny D, Cannon Ferrari, 428, Normal, Frank Guerrero, Franklin Guerrero, Bare Feet, Mr. J. Brent, 74, CK Brown Guy, 420, Packadur, 420, Burton Street, Maine, EA Grace on the Grove, 207, Hydro Daily, Hempwood, Gigi, Jamie Reed, Supreme Grape, Sony Rockefeller, Caveman, Cannabis, Fruit City, Sin, Hawaii, Sustainable, Midnight Roots, Dead, Cynic, Knuckles, Michael P, Polly Be Quick, Be Nimble, Buddy, Kilowatts, Michael D, 4889, Disbanded Brothers, Macidio Man, Joseph, Grace Medicine RX, Keeping Chief, Hydro Daily, Concerned American Cannabis 411, Freedom of Speech, Stocker Joint Works, Needs, Trees, Ganja, Sudoku, Sub 10 is the little upside down, Big Jesse, Jesse Stevenson, Bedoya, Big Dudes, Cannabis Babe, Sacred Gardens, Nuts Grove, Slick Brigade, Dog Pounds, David St. Louis, Move Watch, Scott Stain Yeti, and Rin Edmund, Grown Uncle Elmer, Off Richards, Christopher, Big Force 54, Last Predator, So Matthew from SoCal, Sioux, Illinois, Man Beaters, Jake Bruce, Dark Horse Genetics, Owner Dude, Joel and Jen from North Star Genetics, Caroline, it's from Cry PTA, B13 Lead, Brew Beyond Perfection, XX Elite, GPXX, Uncle Stoner, Christmas Tree Kitchen, Growers Paradise, LAD, Grown, Iceni, Decoy Bacon, Mr. Scato, Fresh Break One, JL, Big Bob Groves, Zolly Cana, Australian Gold, Chuck 420 Gardens, Daniel Phil, Mr. Nowhere Man, Selling Sally, Silly, Seashells, Wob Wobby, Sean Biz, Rescue Ready, Roadside LLC, Notorious Dogs, Magnet Seeds, Father and Son, Tripping Tutorials, Sub T Dank, Jose Ramirez, Dog with the Hut, 420, Fuck Man. GR 420 community videos, CMO, what's up? Detroit Ripper and Lewis Garcia, Michael P, AJ Everyday, Captain Botto, Cheddar Bob 13, Main 420, Medgorge, Cookies, Jake Kendricks in for the grill, Backwoods, all good, Chanel Simpsons, Al Skankin, Chanel Simpsons, I fucked that up, Guns Roads, Kazoo, Aaron Burning Shrooms, Miss Lincoln Seeking, Angel Studios MG, the 420 Grow 10, Paul DL, John Fleming, Jacobitch, Fiber Flower, Paulie P, Seldom Seen, The Elevated, Lenny Organic, Sunman, Chiba Sunny, Jumbo Paula, Royal Cardinal, Sosa, Dan J, Earth Friendly Farming, Katie Forest Farmer, Fuck All That Be, The Misfit Grower, Jason Line, 512, Snake Eyes, Northern 4468, Jason Grayson, Shoulder Breaker, MD, Sony Creek, Russ Sonic, Fritz Dweller, Tarzan, Superman, Old Man, Herbert Heads, Freebird, Boat Manigar, Simple Man, Survivor one time, typically Gulf Coast, Chronic, CFAT, Caballero, Harley, Gorget, God, Steve Collins, Todd Kendricks, Property Maintenance, Sharpie, The Island, Hayes, Steve Speaks, JR, Brandy Cade, Steve Collins, TCDR, Claire Gilliard, Wardrobe, Finding, Randy Grande, Pip 1000, Ace Booth 3223, Wake Up, Captain Freedom Bee, Puffle Smiles, 50 Digit, Missing Ganja Boots, Fred G, Super Pop, Broski 808, Weekend at Bernie's, K-Bag, Justin Station, Strong Style Organic, Zippy, Manic, CK Hal, Meaulflower, Brent Boot, Todd Hendricks, KT, Christine, True Soup, Folk Ties, Folk Daddy Dreads, Barbara, Matthew, Bill, 54. I'm sorry, Bill. Sorry. Trying. Ancient Soul Grown, Kevin Tooth, it's a kind of health, happiness, Berserk, low collab, low cut. Albert Trendy, Mo Manning, Reds, Raz, Betsy, Helen, Huge Genius, James T, Atomic Spoon, Miss Hill, Big Daddy, LT Gardens, Big High Flower, 420, Lobster Breath Roll, Mother Tree, Maine, Red Pill, Yo Boy, Ecstatic, Shannon Gibbons, Wuhan, Rick W, Comfortably Numb, What Smoke Away, The 8-4 Show, Richard Lamb, Red Pill, 710, Cannabis Pursuit, Kid Rolling, Worthy Buzz, Logan Man, 81, Owen Flower Podcast, the Entourage back, Warren Dixon, Pink Lady, Lucky Amount 420, surrounded by Keeper Eye Farms, Fridge Dweller, Single Father's Happiness Without Guilt. Oh, shit, there's still a couple pages here. Mike Steve 562 Gotcha, James Christopher Green Goats and Egg Sensola B Benson Andrew Charlie Sativa Square 4 GTC A Bush Doctor Dirty Home Gardens TK James Weaver Crow Homes Corey Gadman Green Hill Farms Hillbilly Herbs Station Worm Turks Skunky Brewster YBF Larry OG Bob's Farms Spartan Grove Johnny Green Dope 710 Biscuit Wildflower Seldom Seen Gambler Todd O'Connor DP 710 Caribou TV Virginia Herb Red Primo Equilibrium Genetics, Trophy Truck, Skyway, Kevin O'Donnell, School of Drop, Stupid Color, Trucker, eBay Bud Under the Glass Girl 420 Grove, Ted Nugs, Matt Green, Greg 77, Ted Nugs, Skunk Cake, Glasswork, Beast Mode 347, Mike Atani, CJMA 182, Justin Gucci, the webcam, Dame Sony, Baby Fay, Jay Cootie, Pip 1000, Dan Sony, Sunshine Farm, Daydream, Brad Star, Mount Marie, Scotty Nowhere, Justin Big Nine, Sir, Red Bear Farms, Two Dogs, Seeds Buffalo, Bungaloo. Luck E, Claudia Goslin, Mount T World, Galil, CT Garden, Benny Ben, Up and Able, Mr. Mara Derber, Kuster Farm, Sentimento, Green Goddess, Alberta Cannabis Grower, Sun, Earth Creeper, Don Hazelhurst, Madness, John Goff, Cool Word, Robert Rittenhouse, Pedro and Ditsy, Joey Berger, Mr. DeVille, Mikey from Maui Gold Genetics, Missy Dasa, Dragonfly, Earth Medicine, Thunder Dance, San Louis, Sungrown, Super Bob, Dutch Grows, 420, Tough Impact, Mr. Treat, Green Gypsy, 1.241 Dirty Rotten Imbecile 69 Steady Gains Ginger Bug Sovereign Name Paco Smart Bro B Ridley Pal F Tough Impact Crazy People Doing Stuff White Pie Multiple Division Patio Bears Growing and Home Invaders Getting No Buck Beauty Root Flu Kiss Cards Sweet Nerd DWC Total Kid Party Show Duty for Life Brittany Nicole, Sacred Garden, Ross Super Joy, One Love, Mr. No BS, Petty Pepper, Rivers, Frank, Roddy 420, Chef J. Reese, Dawg Daze, Gardens, Corrine, Big Force 54, 420, Green Goddess, Self, Burley Baker, Christ, Cycle, the Trichome, Joseph, D.D. Day, Gal, the Beastly, Lord Camp, Swimmer 22, the Grow Boss, Jim Clemmer, NB Closet Grower, Blinded by the Light, We Berry, and a Grow No, Miss Vicious, Doc Callis, Mr. Toad, Uncle Rick, Mr. 12 and 12, Cassie's Pirate Fairy, Mr. Mark Leafly Hill, Handicap PK, Urban Remo, Red Dragon Brothers, Journey of a Grower, Dab Hunter, JT, TML, Leafly Wiggly, Cam the Cannon Man, Iron Type 420 PT, the Humble Local 420, Nick and D, K Good Farm, Zachary G, Sayer Will Be You, Eddie Alvarez, Turf Wizard, Paisley Acres, S-Stop, Drusilla, MK Ultra, Chillbird, What UK, Brandon Harris, 710 Cotton, Sewer Pino Fisherman, popped in the other night. Hemp Night, Cotton Mouth, Roll, Icy Cold, Sterling Moss, DK, Driving Miss Hazy, Herb Conscious, Woody J, Roy Dugan, Marijuana King, Ganja, Ninja, Holla What You Got, Justin Houdini, Big Blazer 80, Ryan Kowalski, Marcus Green Thumb, 420 Ben A Nova, Weed Monster Grove, the quiet one, who be growing doobies. The Fire Department 420 Colds Mountain, Banana Farmer, Dan's Food, Bang from Green Gauge Group, 3 J's, Top, The Coffee Pot, Seymour Cuts, Bio Synthetic, Cuts of Nuclei, Doc Vapor, Alex 22, and of course, tonight's guest, Pizza Pirates. Woo. That being said, last but not least, sweetest 207. If this is the end of your journey, your day, this is the end of your day, your journey. Please get some rest. If this is the beginning of your day, your journey, please take time for a little bit of self-love, a little bit of meditation along the lines of what I am hoping is a fucking fabulous day for you. Kick off the week right. Make it a prosperous week. Along the lines of your day, your week, please take time out for a little self-love, a little bit of meditation. I think I may have already said that. Do not forget somebody. Up and coming events. Can of Queens got an event June or July 16th. Country Roots, the 16th through the 19th. Big Cloud Farms, July 2nd and 3rd. Fun places to be. Look them up, check them out. With that being said, I will see you tonight late, 2 a.m. It's Weed Nerd World. With that being said, I have hired a few things to do before I fall. Have a great day. I love you guys.